How hard is it to switch back over to mine?
You can hear I'm switching. Switch back to the Mac. There you go.
Okay. So
you do what I just did, and he'll do it.
Right. Okay.
So when you want the Mac, say Mac.
Right. And
PC, and that's it.
Okay, that's great. So I think it's so bizarre. It must be some kind of permissions or something, but I can't figure out why.
Library has a lot of baffling.
Okay.
It's a government.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Well.
It's a benevolent government, but still.
We're in a good situation.
Okay. All right. Now go back to the HP. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'll be probably behind you. Okay.
But you can see how I'm just telling us what to do, and Gus will do it.
Okay.
We're good.
Do I want to switch to the other computer? Would that be adequate?
Yeah. Just say Mac.
Yeah.
So can you switch to the Mac? We'll switch to the Mac.
And it'll make even cooler.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm in control of more technology.
Sure you are.
Thank you. Okay, now I lost the water.
No, water's over on the. There's more water over here.
Ed, we're gonna have you come out from this way. Yeah, you can have your stuff.
Good morning and welcome to the Library of Congress and to Collections as Data. Please welcome Kate Sword, Chief of National Digital Initiatives at the Library of Congress.
Everybody, thank you so much for coming. We're so excited you could be here both in person and via the live stream. I don't have my clicker. Is there a clicker?
Is it, oh, the clicker.
Yeah, I need a clicker. Oh, it's here, sorry. We're so excited to have you here in person and also via the live stream. Welcome to Collections as Data. We had an event last year, you may remember, Collections as Data, where we discussed the challenges and opportunities inherent in doing computational analysis on digital collections. And we were really overwhelmed by the response. People afterwards came up to me and talked to me about how inspired they were, how they thought maybe they could do this work in their home institutions. And, but we found that we still to this day are struggling to explain in a tangible way what Collections as Data means to our colleagues who don't have direct experience. So we thought we'd have this event, Collections as Data Impact, to invite luminaries in the field to share their stories about how they are providing, about how they're using data to better the world and their communities. So with that in mind, I'd like to share with you a short story that is from the time when computers were people doing calculating, not when they were things in our pockets. And it's my hope that this story will connect the work you'll hear about today to a longer history. So this is a little bit of a window into my high school bedroom, you know, these beautiful people up here. So as you may remember, the Federalist Papers were written by John Jay, Alexander Hamilton, and Madison. They were published under a pseudonym in newspapers, Publius. And then when changing public opinion converted those documents from anonymous trolling to foundational to the democracy, we started to get a sense of the authorship. And poor John Jay, only 5. So at some point, the dust settled. We knew who wrote most of them, but there were 12 that remained in dispute. Madison said that he didn't have anything to do with them. Hamilton said they were joint papers, and everybody kind of figured that it was probably Madison. Why was there so much finger pointing? Well, these were propaganda pieces, and sometimes the authors took positions in the papers for argument's sake that were very different from the ones that they held publicly. So our story really starts in 1944 when an American academic, Douglas Adair, gathered all the historical evidence and determined that it was probably Madison that wrote the disputed papers. But he considered the historical evidence modest, so he sought another way of making an analysis. He contacted 2 statisticians, Frederick Mosteller and David Wallace, to see if there was a computational way of making a determination. And I really love this quote, "Blunder into historical and literary controversy, merciless slaughter is imminent." If this story strikes a chord with you, I really encourage you to read the book. They're both just kind of a joy to spend time with. So they did a computation. They decided to do a computational analysis on the authorship of the papers to see if they could have an independent assessment. So they took a stack of known Hamilton papers and known Madison papers, and they thought maybe calculating sentence average would be a way to make a determination. So they laboriously counted in these known papers how long each sentence was. And then they did some analysis. For example, they had to determine whether or not quoted sentences counted toward the average. Once they finished all of this work, they found an average of 34.5 words per sentence for Hamilton and 34.6 words for Madison. So, not going to work. So then they decided maybe standard deviation would be the thing. So they did the same very laborious counting and calculation. They thought maybe, although average sentence length was the same, one of the authors wrote very average length sentences, and the other author wrote very teeny tiny sentences and lots of really long sentences. So they did the same kind of calculation and analysis and came out with the same result for both of them. And in retrospect, this kind of makes sense. Both authors were trained in a similar style that was popular during the period, lots of long clauses, very kind of, I mean, we've all read the Federalist Papers, you know what I'm talking about. They shelved the project. It was a year's worth of work that didn't have any fruit. And they kind of just went on to other things. A few years later, Douglas Adair reached back out and to say that he found something interesting. He found that while Hamilton uses the word while, Madison uses the word whilst. And that fact in itself is not enough to determine authorship. The word only occurs once in every 1,000 words, so it doesn't even appear in all the papers, all the disputed papers. Additionally, it could have been introduced during the editing process, so it's not enough to be a determinant. But it gave them somewhere to start. So they took that sample set of known Madison papers and known Hamilton papers and counted the occurrence of every word in all those sample sets. They then correlated them with each other to see which words were favored by one author versus the other. And they scoped out words that they called dangerously contextual, which I really like. I'm going to use that, I don't know, later on today. Dangerously contextual. And those were words that were correlated with a certain author's favorite subjects, not necessarily with their writing style. They came up with a total of 117 words, and this figure is from their book, 117 words that they could use to make a determination. They then used Bayesian analysis, Tommy Bayes. Give it up for Tommy Bayes, everybody. To determine, they determined that their data made an independent assessment that the papers were most likely written by Madison, in the sense of degree of belief, which I love that because it's very Bayesian terminology. And what I really love about this story is that none of this is digital. So this was all ink on paper. But what does digital do for us? It democratizes this type of work. I mean, you could see how much time and energy went into this. And that time and energy was both in inventing this analysis, but also in the labor needed to do the calculations. And digital makes being wrong much less expensive, which is great, because I am wrong a lot, and I need it to be very cheap. So to bring this talk around to Harry Potter, which is fun to do in any kind of academic situation, this type of linguistic analysis is now very common. So a few years ago, Patrick Jola, who's a computer scientist, got a call from a reporter who had a tip that the semi-obscure mystery writer, Robin Galbraith, might actually be J.K. Rowling. And they wanted to know if he could do some computation to prove that that was true. So he ran some numbers, and he found out, yes, in fact, he could confirm that the linguistic style of J.K. Rowling and Robin Galbraith were very similar. And so they broke the story together. And that brings us to today. What I'm so excited about with digital is that it makes this sort of collections as data analysis much more possible to more people. I think that it brings collections as data more available to what I consider a core constituency of the Library of Congress, which is the informed and curious. We're inviting a lot of academic luminaries here today, and we're so excited that they could share with us their work. We're also learning a lot from our colleagues in academic libraries, including the IMLS grant-funded project, Always Already Computational Library Collections as Data. But a number of our speakers here, and a number of you out there, are doing work not connected to a large, well-funded library, institutional library. And I hope that part of this event will be to invite you to consider the Library of Congress an intellectual home for exploration. My group, National Digital Initiatives, are really inspired by our new boss, Dr. Carla Hayden. She's leading us strongly in the direction of opening up the collections, and we consider it part of our job to help to do that for the digital collections. And with that in mind, I'd like to share with you a few of the things we have going on. The first is crowdsourcing. And so what you see here is a screenshot of an application built by Tong Wang, who's a developer here in the Repository Development Center at the library, while he was an innovator in residence at NDI. He had a short time with us. And it's an application built on the Scribe platform created by the New York Public Library that invites people to identify photos and cartoons in historic newspapers and to update the captions. You can see some really awful OCR here. That helps us with findability, but what's so exciting about it to me is people engaging with the collections, like looking through historic newspapers, really getting a sense of what's available, and also that we can create these data sets. So we can create maybe a gallery of World War I era cartoons that I think is really useful for scholarship and interesting to page through. This is not the only crowdsourcing project we're working on, but I'll save those details for another time. And it's our hope that this will blend into a portfolio of projects that the Library of Congress is working on that helps us engage with and learn from our users, including Flickr, the American Archive of Public Broadcasting game, and efforts in the Law Library and the World Digital Library. Bud Barton, our CIO, announced recently that we'll be doing a Congressional Data Challenge. He announced this at the Legislative Data and Transparency Conference. We'd like to invite people to play with congressional data and find ways to make our democracy, even more robust using the information we're making available. We're working on the details, and we hope to have something to announce about that soon. I am thrilled to give you guys a sneak peek into what we're launching in a few months, and that's labs.loc.gov. I'm really excited about this. It's going to be a platform for play and discovery with the digital collections. It's my hope that this will reduce the friction to innovation, and we'll be able to use it also as a home for NDI. So it'll make our work a little bit more easy to follow and provide us a place to host the results of innovators in residence and challenge grants and information about our hackathons. This one's pictured here. I love this picture because when you watch movies about people writing code, it's all like head down, taka, 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 taka. But when I write code, it's mostly me staring at a screen trying to figure out why it's doing that. Pictured here. So while I have you trapped here, because we've got some amazing speakers, so I know you're not going to leave, I'd like to selfishly go through a few things. The first is jobs. There are some really cool jobs posted right now, and I have a feeling there'll be more really cool jobs posted in the near future. So please check this out. We need your good brains to come here. So if you find jobs that your friend might be good for, please send it and check back very often. The second, the Kluge Fellowship in Digital Studies. So if you don't want to come here for a lifetime, which you should, but if you don't want to, you can come here for just a visit. These are paid fellowships to bring people into the library to study the digital revolution on society using library collections. And if you come here and do one of these, I will hang out with you. I will, but don't not apply because you're worried about that. Like, I'll just call you, and if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. But it's really fun, and we'll have two Kluge scholars presenting in the lightning round, so if you're inspired by their work, please come and apply. They can award more than one a year, so share it with your friends. Don't hoard it. You can send it out to people. The third is the Innovators in Residence. So we've been working hard on an Innovators in Residence program here to bring people into the library for short-term, high-impact technical projects. And the idea behind this is to bring some fresh ideas, new blood, great brains, to create new access points to the collection. Innovators in Residence projects have included the crowdsourcing project that I referenced earlier, a MARC parser to help people interact with the bibliographic records the Library of Congress recently released, and we'll have more information about this year's soon. So thanks for coming. I'm so thrilled you're here. As I mentioned when we launched labs.loc.gov, it'll be much easier to follow what we're working on. In the meantime, please check the blog. You can sign up for email alerts. We won't have time for questions today. It's wall-to-wall information into your brains. But we're encouraging you to please interact with the speakers directly on social media. You can also comment on the blog with any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. Edward Ayers will kick off the Collections as Data stories with history between the lines, thinking about collections as data. Ed is the Tucker Boatwright Professor of Humanities and the President Emeritus of the University of Richmond. President Barack Obama awarded him the National Humanities Medal in 2013 for his dedication to public history. Over his decades of work, Ed has tried to find new ways to connect people with the American past. Current projects include the Backstory podcast, bunkhistory.org, the American Civil War Museum, and serving as president of the Organization of American Historians. Please welcome Ed Ayers.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's good to see everybody. So, I've been asked to cover several decades of digital stuff since I've been at this for several decades, and you might think I would have it figured out by now, but I don't, because the frontier keeps moving on us, and it's really exciting to think about where we are and where we've been. And I think the revolution that we're living through now began before the digital though. I think it actually began, this is a dangerous thing to say in front of people who actually know the truth on this, but there's no Q&A right now, so you can't challenge me for this at this second. I believe that the revolution actually began with the microfilm revolution, the 1930s and the 40s and the 50s, when we unlocked this remarkable technology that will allow us to have all the newspapers in American history, that would have the United States Census, all these bountiful documents available to researchers anywhere for a relatively small cost. And even though microfilm seems distinctly unsexy today, it was my introduction not only to all things digital, but to history itself. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, even when I was in graduate school. But one day I went into the microfilm room and started reading newspapers on one of those big sort of World War II era gray steel things with the cranks on it. And there in front of me I saw something remarkable. These newspapers demonstrated something that I had not realized. People didn't know what was going to happen the next day. And all this stuff was happening at the same time. That you would see on one page the news I recognized from the textbooks, and then on all the other pages beneath, all kinds of fascinating things, the evolution of life before our very eyes. And I realized that's what I'm interested in, is all that resonance and interaction, that space between the lines, that sense of possibility that was on every screen of that old scratched microfilm on that archaic device. So I wrote my dissertation partly out of that, and when I became a teacher, I said, you know, it would be fun to introduce all these young people to the glories of microfilm. And so I sent them into the microforms room in front of these machines, and they were completely addled. This is in the 80s, and the entire assignment was read a year of this newspaper and write about something interesting in it. And all the pre-meds and people in the class were just freaking out. But what's the assignment? That is the assignment. What's the question? That's for you to find out and to answer it. And the course evaluations would come back into the end of the semester, and they said, well, we didn't like Ayers that much, but seeing history raw was one of the most exciting things that I've done in my college education. So I already knew that that magic, that power lay in that medium. Well, one day I was in the library and I saw a gleaming black Next machine in 1990. And I saw that, as amazing as it seemed at that time, that images of microfilm and census and letters and diaries and maps could be seen on a computer screen in color. Now, the web didn't exist yet, but looking at that. So friends of mine in the library told me about a magical thing called SGML. And I was pandering to the librarians in the room. So Standard Generalized Markup Language, or as we called it, sounds good, maybe later. And that we saw in that a way to build something that would identify all these different objects in the collections and connect them with each other. So I had this idea, hey, we have this capacity. What do you say that we share with people who don't have access to a major research library, who don't have a bank of microfilm readers or microfilm, a way to get that excitement for themselves? Now, we didn't have any idea of how we would distribute that, some kind of tape, some kind of hard device. But we started building it. And then one day a friend called me down and said, you need to see this, Ed. Here's something they're calling the World Wide Web, and it's based on a baby version of SGML. We could make what they're calling a site for this World Wide Web pretty quickly. And so we did. And so we were out there at the very beginning before we were ready, and before we had really any idea what we were doing. But what we did know is that suddenly, if you had plenty of patience, you could watch an image of a newspaper very slowly appear on your screen over that 240 baud modem, 2400 baud modem. And people liked it. And then the letters and diaries. So we started building a mountain. And we built this first project that many of you may have heard of, the Valley of Shadow. It's not going to come up if I want to see my talk on this screen, on the HP, if I could, please. Otherwise, there's going to be lots of hand puppet actions. That's not really what I wanted to see, but let's see if this works. I wanted to see all the tabs we made before. So John will help me on that to do this. I'd like to build the drama. If those tabs are gone for some reason, you can go back to and call that up. So it's called the Valley of the Shadow, and the short version of it is every piece of information about every person who lived in a northern community and a southern community throughout the entire American Civil War. It really does exist, and the reason it does exist is I can tell you, there we go. And you see what we did is we emulated an archive. And this was really, really hard to build. It took us 14 years to do it because what we were doing is transcribing by hand 10,000 pages of newspapers. And these convenient things called PDF files didn't exist when we started. So we actually had to write a script to show a group 4 fact-TIFF compression image to be able to disseminate those. And then many, many thousands of letters and diaries and all this. And this came out in the mid-90s. And then in 2003, I wrote an analog book about it. At the beginning, it says, by the way, this is based entirely on a digital archive that you can see every source that I use. And that came out in 2003. And then I became Dean of Arts and Sciences at UVA. And then I left UVA to become president at Richmond. And when I did, and this is important for all the things that we're talking about today, the University of Virginia, rather than being mad at me, said, wow, we've been happy to oversee in the library the creation of this big thing. What do you say that we make sure that if Ed, say, gives a talk at the Library of Congress in 2017, 10 years from now, that it still works? Or that he writes volume 2 out of the Valley of the Shadow, which I just did at bookstores near you in October, The Thin Light of Freedom. And here's the thing. I sat there and hit on this thing as hard as I could for a year and a half after it hadn't been touched for 7 years, and it still works. That's because of the people at the University of Virginia who went back through and checked every link and made sure it all still works. That's important because sometimes we wonder if the things that we are making in this digital environment are going to endure the way that the things, even microfilm, which I believe is right there with cockroaches in its durability, is it going to endure? So the Valley of the Shadow shows that it can, and I think that's important. But there are other things. When I left Virginia, I said, you know, okay, transcribing by hand an entire intentional archive, that was fun. But what do you say that we take advantage of all the pre-digitized sources that have emerged since 1993 when we started the Valley of the Shadow? I bet there are lots of things that we could put to immediate use. And so when I went to the University of Richmond, is that next tab? Yes, is there. I was a part of founding the Digital Scholarship Lab, where we have many new projects, and one of which is American Panorama, which is a digital atlas of American history. And the idea there was, let's take advantage of, say, 2 of these. This is the forced migration of enslaved people, and I really do want to explore it. Is it going to come up? And what it does is based on the United States Census, which is already in machine-readable form, it's thinking about it's going to come up here. Let's make a kind of map of the slave trade and the movement of African-American people across the vast expanse of the American South. The network is still thinking about that here. But the idea was to see things that we could not see before, but that were already hidden between the lines of the data. Being able to see the areas of the South that were losing enormous numbers of people and others who were gaining enormous numbers, and that didn't want to come through the network here. That's very frustrating. Let's see if the other one works. And we built all this with an open source set of tools that can be shared with other people. Other people can make these maps that they want to make as well. So the network is just, maybe we could switch over to the Mac. Forget you saw that. That's another part of what I'm showing. And I would say that when I say we, I don't literally mean me. I mean my colleagues Rob Nelson, Justin Madron, and Nate Ayers, who made these projects and are tapping into, it's still the network, into the capacities of collections we already have. The other one that we made was the foreign-born population of the United States from 1850 to 2010. And in this case, to be able to see, okay, that gives you an idea of what it looks like, and we can click on a county, and it will show you all the places that all the people in that place came from in that year. So what you'll see is that we are displaying data in 4 or 5 different ways. There's it's very slow where the people are coming from, and it will send out tendrils into all these places. Back on the on the forced migration map, we could have clicked one thing, and it would have the narratives of people who were swept up in all of this. So here's something, we were able to make a map that got widespread attention that from sources that already exist, and we're able to make these with some speed now. And one we had last year, and again, since I didn't make it, I can brag on it, was named one of the 15 top maps in the world by National Geographic about mapping inequality. A collaborative project of Richmond, Johns Hopkins, and the University of Maryland to Virginia Tech, to show how it was that segregation became baked in to our culture, and maps of over 150 American cities. We have a new map coming out about urban development that will map all the information, a lot of it here from Washington, about how it was that our cities that we all know, including very small ones, were transformed in the 1960s by building interstates through them and bulldozing substandard housing and all those kinds of things. So all these have the same idea as the Valley of the Shadow. There is all this enormous power within our reach that we can make visible. We've had these numbers about where people came from in all these places every year, but if you can't see it, you don't really know what it possesses. And my dream, too, is that every middle school kid in America will be able to click on her county and see how that has evolved over the course of American history. To see that the United States has always been woven together of people from a broad range of places. The things we're talking about today are just the latest stage in a very long conversation. So with the American Panorama Digital Scholarship Lab, the idea there is kind of the Valley of the Shadow turned wrong side out. Instead of taking an archive that's scattered all around people's attics, neglected, and making it visible, which was a worthy thing to do, what do you say that we take advantage of the enormous resources that have been created in making things machine readable? But I still didn't have the newspapers I was dreaming of. So we're on my computer now. So So maybe switch back to the HP and see the network's doing funny things with me here. So can you go back on that and see if we can get Reconstructing Virginia? Yes, we can. So you remember how much trouble it was for people to sit there and read newspapers on microfilm, transcribe from scratch all the articles, write a summary of them. Well, thanks to Chronicling America, there are over 2,000 newspapers and millions of pages that have already been digitized. What could we do with that instead of just sort of reading them in an analog form? Well, using a Mecca from our friends at George Mason and 16 eager first-year students at the University of Richmond, and Virginia Chronicle, which is the Virginia version of Chronicling America, we said, let's go in and make visible to the world the leading newspaper in Virginia during this tumultuous period of Reconstruction. And so, in one semester, using the expertise of Chris Kemp in the library at the University of Richmond, we were able to transcribe, or actually correct, 2,000 pages, 2,000 articles, and you can see what each one of them looks like. And each student took responsibility. For most of the transcription had already been done by OCR, but they needed to be corrected. So they went back in and corrected them, then in sort of a form of crowdsourcing, contributed those back into the archive, making the archive better while using it. And we have elaborate timelines and lots of different ways to see this. Basically, in 3 months, we did probably what would have taken us 3 years back on the Valley of the Shadow by using open source software, things that have already been digitized, existing standards, a plug-in. You see the timeline there is a plug-in for Omeka. We were able, with freshmen, to do something that had been almost impossible just a few years before. We did an installation of this at the Black History Museum in Richmond. We did a preview of that. And so I had these kids showing visitors to the museum what it could do. And we got together the next morning. I said, well, how was that? And they said, they wanted to know if we were graduate students. We said, no, we're 19. And so it's when we think about what a collective effort to unlock all of the power in these newspapers by looking at them as articles, restoring the article structures and the argument structure, and still a summary, and then synthesizing them into a week. I think that we're just at the beginning of really seeing all that Chronicling America can do. So all that's good too, and we're getting ready to do the Richmond Planet this fall, one of the leading African American newspapers around the turn of the century. So I believe I need to go back to the MAC now, if I could. I'm trying to make maximum use of incredible facilities here at the Library of Congress, and I am. So this is what we're working on now. This is something called bunk, and it's named after the Henry Ford quote that history is more or less bunk. Well, of course, we don't think it is. And he has this other thing. He says, the only history that matters is the history we make today. And what we think, what matters a lot is the history, the writing, and thinking about the history that we're making today. I'm seeing some of you point at the screen. It's awesome. That suggests that we're engaging you already. What is this? We're curating every day all representations of the American past in all media and then putting them in conversation with each other. And this is not quite out yet. This will debut very soon, and we hope that you'll sign up for Bunk Mail, the weekly newsletter. And it's about the same thing that I had the idea back in graduate school in the 1970s. As a matter of fact, you'll see that I only had one idea in my life, actually, which is, hey, there's cool stuff here. I wish other people could see it. And maybe if I put it right in front of you on your phone, you would. And that the interesting stuff is the connections in between. So what this does, Bunk, is we are tagging all these things as they come out. And you'll say this is from portrait from the Library of Congress, but some of these things are coming from The Atlantic or the Washington Post, but they're also coming from blogs that people wouldn't have seen otherwise, or they're coming from the scholarly literature, or they're coming from newspapers and magazines across the political spectrum that don't talk to each other very much. And they're also coming and making, and here's the point of Bunk, that you realize that there's history all around us. People on airplanes tell me, almost invariably, I'm sitting there grading papers or something, and they say, so, are you a history teacher? I said, yeah. I said, yeah, I always hated history. All those names and dates. And I said, yeah, I know, but that's not what history is. And it's not really that. It's not this test. And they don't realize that we're saturated in representations of the past all the time. So what Bunk is trying to do is to make us realize that most of our movies and television shows, unless they're science fiction, are history, are based on history. Most of our navigating through the complexities of our own time are often looking for historical coordinates. So here's Frederick Douglass as a refugee. And you can see, so that the first link there is about the Civil War, but the next is about other refugees, Anne Frank. But then you can also say, okay, now let's think about what happened to enslaved people after emancipation. Here's a hidden history of Juneteenth. And so this is Greg Downs on Talking Point Memos. So part of my instinct on all this is why it is that there is so much wonderful history being written in so many venues. We've never touched more people with American history than right now. But there's so much of it suddenly in so many forms and so many media that we can't really see it as a whole. So Bunk is trying to do what we tried to do with the Valley of the Shadow, try to do with the Digital Scholarship Lab, which is to gather the power in collections and then share them with the world. Now, one of the things about this, you'll see it says share connection. So if you click on the social media button when this is actually available, and of course, I've realized that people are out there with all kinds of laptops now. Who knows? If it may be available this very moment for all I know, but I don't mean for it to be. It's going to be so much more awesome pretty soon. But if you collect on the social media or the email, what it says is, look at this cool connection I found on Bunk. It's the two things and the relationship between them. And it's up to you to say, isn't that amazing how Frederick Douglass and Anne Frank, we think of them both as refugees? Or look at this, the conversations all about monuments. What were people saying about this 15 years ago to be able to understand that with some depth? So the idea is that people will be their own curators. We'll tag all this. We describe it as, it's like wrapping each of these entries like a protein. It can connect in lots of different ways. Right? So the Frederick Douglass thing is about African American history, it's about slavery, but it's also about refugees, but it's also about other kinds of connections as well. So the back end that we've built is allowing the students at the University of Richmond to help us tag all these things so they can talk to other kinds of things, so that we can recognize that we live in history the way we live in oxygen, that it is everywhere all the time, and that we can see it in cool new ways. So in many ways, my inspiration through all of this has been a guy named Vannevar Bush, who in 1945 invented a machine that was going to revolutionize everything. And picture this. First of all, you wear a walnut-sized camera on your forehead, and then you have the shutter running down your arm, and when you see something cool, you click it. It takes a picture of it. And you're able to add that archive that you're making with all the archive of microfilm. And he calculates that if you added up the entire written record of humans in 1945, it'd be in the billions, he said, but we could reduce this, just extrapolating a bit from current technologies of microphotography, into a moving van. And the Encyclopedia Britannica, he said, would cost a nickel and would fit on a tiny corner of your desk. And the device that would hold all this together, the Memex, would be a series of microfilm screens that you call up in front of you, and you'd see the connection you wanted to make, then you take a picture of it. And then you would have added to the network of knowledge and information. Well, microfilm, as awesome as it is, did not end up doing all that. Could not foresee, obviously, the invention of the digital technologies that make all that possible. But he imagined in 1945 that there would be a new profession of people who make connections, of people who are trailblazers, he said, who will find all of the excitement and the drama and the meaning in the history between the lines. And that's what we're still trying to do, and I hope all of you will join that exciting adventure. The Library of Congress makes it possible. A lot of these things are based on the treasures that have been saved. I like to think for just this moment, and how lucky we are to be at a time where we have whole new ways of envisioning this legacy. So thank you very much, and have a great day.
Next up is Canadian visual artist Sarah Hatton. Sarah's deep interest in human nature and insatiable curiosity about the natural world are found throughout her paintings and mixed media work. Through her paintings and projects, she observes and explores notions of longing, transition, morality, and human connections with nature. She's here today to share about her process of creating. Please welcome Sarah Hatton.
Thank you. I'm Sarah. I'm a visual artist from Ottawa, Canada. I'm a lifelong naturalist. I like challenging myself, and horticultural ways. I grew the only known giant sequoia from seed that has survived the Canadian winter 6 times in a row. Of course, like any millennial, the little tree has its own Twitter account. I'm also a beekeeper. Now, if there's one thing I can say about my artwork in general, it's that science and nature always seem to make an appearance in it. It's something I just can't switch off. I was invited here today to talk about my latest series of work, which is called Detachment. But I thought I would give you a bit of background into a previous series of work that I did, just so that you can start to see the connections that I'm talking about. So 2013 was not a good year for bees, not a good year for my bees, as well as some of the other beekeepers' colonies in the region that I live in. I lost all of my colonies, and because we're a tight network, beekeepers, I was learning more and more about colony collapse disorder, the global bee crisis, and systemic pesticides that have been thought to be causing a lot of the problems with the bees. So when I lost my hives, I wanted to do something meaningful with them so that I could start some activism and start to talk about what was happening to the bee. But I didn't know what to do. I had all of these thousands of dead bodies, and I didn't have the idea yet, so what does one do in that case? I bagged them up in Ziplocs, and I put them in my freezer until I had my eureka moment. My family's either really understanding about this, or they're just resigned to the stuff that I do now. And the eureka moment came when I thought about the mathematical patterns that are inherent in nature, particularly the Fibonacci sequence of math that is found in seed-producing plants, like the sunflower. And it was these patterns that gave me my inspiration for what to finally do. These are the sorts of crops that are treated with the same pesticides that are thought to be destroying the bees. So I glued, one by one, all of the honeybees into these patterns, and then I coated them with resin. And the resulting work, this is the prototype. And I get to do a cool, badass art disclaimer here that some of these patterns tend to induce a sense of vertigo in some viewers, so if you start to feel uncomfortable, just close your eyes. These are 4 feet across. So these are, because systemic pesticides affect the bee's central nervous system, and they wipe out the ability to navigate and get back to their hives, I chose patterns from crop circles as well that gave a similar effect, an optical illusion effect to the viewer, and gave that same sense of disorientation. That's another piece that's 4 feet by 4 feet circle. It's about 10,000 bees in that piece. So you can read study after study of the data behind the bee decline, but when you look at art, art gives you that visceral gut punch of emotion that tells you what the story is behind what you're seeing. This series got quite a bit of international press, partly because I think of the timing of it. The bee decline was just starting to be recognized, but also not a lot of artists out there using thousands of dead bees as their medium, and I hope that's still the case. So what I want you to think about here is that I've used a single item repeated en masse to send a specific message through a symbolic pattern, which brings me to my next series of work. So meanwhile in Canada, Library and Archives Canada, our colleagues to the north, had started their own mass digitization project. It's a multi-year, enormous project with many, many resources devoted to it. And that's the digitization of the complete collection of CEF, Canadian Expeditionary Force, World War I files. This is an enormous undertaking, and the data that will be produced by the digitization project is a treasure in itself, but as anyone who's done a mass digitization project knows, there's byproducts that come from it. You have to hire additional staff to process the files. These are paper records that have been held together for 100 years by pins, staples, and paper clips. And when I toured the Preservation Center, the thing that struck me as an aside from the immensity of the project was that they had bin after bin after bin of these brass pins that held the records together that had been taken apart. And it struck me as so moving to see physically represented in front of me the number of people that this was. And I asked them, what are you going to do with all of these pins? And they said, well, we want to do something to commemorate the project, but we're not quite sure what. We're thinking of maybe melting them all down and making medals or coins. And I thought, that doesn't sit well with me, because I had that reaction to seeing the number of them, and these were items that held together Canada's military memory for 100 years. You can't just take that and kind of destroy it by melding it all together. There's something there. Again, waiting for my eureka moment, so I said, give me one of them to take home, and I'll think about this and see what I come up with. So I took one of them back. I was just sitting there looking at it, and I thought, each one of these fasteners has been embossed, it was the style of the time, with a star. Eureka. So this is what I did.
This is a single brass fastener pin. It's 100 years old. These are the pins that held together the military service records of each Canadian soldier who served in the First World War. When Library and Archives Canada began their mass digitization of soldiers' files, each of these pins had to be detached by hand. In total, there were 640,000 of them. Nobody knew what to do with all this brass, and so they asked an artist.
I wanted to do something with these fasteners that would preserve their meaning as historical artifacts, but they would also find a respectful way to convey the magnitude of human loss during these conflicts. Each fastener is stamped with a star, and there's unmistakable military symbolism attached to the gold star when you think about the sacrifice that these families have made. And it was that gave me my inspiration for this. I started by focusing on the 5 major battles of the First World War that involved the Canadian Expeditionary Force.
After determining the geographical coordinates of each of these battles, Hatton generated star maps of what the skies would have looked like on the nights following each of these major conflicts. Then, she got to work. The result is a series of star charts titled Detachment. These pieces show us exactly how the stars appeared 100 years ago, the first night after the fighting was over. the skies that, no doubt, the surviving soldiers would have been looking up at.
This series is a tribute to peace, sacrifice, timelessness, and remembrance. Regardless of your political view, stars are a cross-cultural constant that we look to for direction, whether that's spiritual or navigational. They're a universal way that we recognize and memorialize the fallen.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to Library and Archives Canada for pointing me in this direction, and to, in particular, librarian and archivist Guy Berthiaume for his support in this project. And I also want to thank the Library of Congress for inviting me here today to share this with you. It's been an honor. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah. Next is Stephanie Stillo, who is the curator of the Lessing J. Rosenwald Collection in the Rare Book and Special Collections Division of the Library of Congress. Prior to joining the Library of Congress, she served as the Mellon Professor of History and Digital Humanities at Washington and Lee University, where she taught classes on digital exhibition and design, public history, and digital storytelling. She's going to highlight some work at the Library of Congress that relates to collections as data in her talk, Only Once Imagined. Stephanie.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for NDI for inviting me to speak today. I've been working with them on a digital scholarship working group recently, and I've really come to respect the depth of knowledge and commitment that they have to sharing the library's collections, which I think is certainly something that we see here today. And a special thank you also to Sarah for that lovely presentation. We were just commenting of how we were tearing up a little bit in the back. So. The title of my talk, I feel like, requires some explaining. Also, I realize that it might be a little bit risky to begin a talk with a poem that is called The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. But nonetheless, here we go. So I am the Rosenwald curator here at the Library of Congress, and I have the great privilege of overseeing one of the largest Blake collections, William Blake collections, in the world. And I never get tired of saying that out loud. That's always a really fun statement to say at any point, really. So Blake, I think about Blake a lot. And Blake wrote this particular work immediately after the French Revolution. And the poem is very much this homage to the concept of change. To change in conventional morality, to change in politics, to change in religion. And it's a quite inspiring quote. So as a rare books curator, I think about Blake a lot. And I think about this idea, Blake's idea of the once imagined, quite a bit. And I usually think about it in the context of the way printing changed European society after 1455. And I like to think about what Europeans saw or what they were thinking when they saw the first image of the moon through a telescope, right? Or the first microscopic image of a feather or a blade of grass. And I think about how these visualizations empowered public knowledge and really upended traditional intellectual thought. So I think about history a lot, working in a rare books division. But what I find very inspiring about this moment in history, about our moment in history, is that the way that digital tools are allowing us to live in this age where the once imagined is true again. And through new data sets, through new methods of analysis, through new visualizations, we're able to ask questions that simply weren't possible before. And in a way, we're standing, I think, at this similar moment of change, which is quite exciting. So today I've been asked to talk about my experience at the Library of Congress. Now, I have to begin with somewhat of a confession. And my confession is that I work at the largest library in the world, and I'm not a librarian. And this is a reoccurring confession in my life. I've taught digital humanities, and I'm not a technologist. A lot of my research right now focuses on the impact of preservation technology on historical research, and I'm in no way a scientist. But what I am is a historian that has wandered into one of the greatest repositories of human experience ever amassed here at the Library of Congress. At over 160 million items here at the library, we are a galaxy of stories. And so today I want to talk about my methods of using these resources. But I think what's far more exciting is that my voice, I think, is part of this much larger choir of research that's really changing the way that we're thinking about our collections at the Library of Congress. So the first time I stepped into the library was not as the curator of the Rosenwald collection. It was back in 2012, and I was a Mellon Fellow. And at the time, I had this very simple goal. I wanted to tell a story about books. I was interested in how books moved through time and space. I was interested in the people who owned them and the way they used them and changed them for their own use. Books have certainly a sort of life of their own, and the early modern world, particularly in the Western world, people would annotate and color and draw in their books to be able to understand the information better. And I was terribly interested in this idea of attempts to organize knowledge, to use books in this very personal way, to classify the world around you, to make information personal. But one of the challenges of working with old books is that they often bear the scars of moving through time and space. Annotations fade, pigments corrode, books are rebound and resold. Many of them live through revolutions and political and religious censorship. They've crossed continents several times over. And this all adds to the story of your book, but it also adds another layer of research that's very difficult to access as just a historian, right? So I wanted to follow a book when I got here, but I needed a team of detectives, right? I couldn't do it alone. I needed someone to help me. And that's exactly what I found in the Preservation Research and Testing Division here at the Library of Congress. For those of you that do not work here, one of the most extraordinary resources that we have at the library are these subterranean labs in the Madison building that are just filled with this fabulous technology, much of it that I do not understand, and teams of scientists that are dedicated to looking at our collections as objects and digging in beyond just what we see under the surface. So when I arrived at the library, I met people that specialized in technology that I had never even heard of before. Again, I'm a historian, so things like multispectral imaging and X-ray fluorescence and microscopy don't exactly factor into my vocabulary. But these were the kinds of technologies, these forensic technologies, were exactly what I needed to get the results that I wanted from this project. And there was nowhere else that I was going to find this combination of resources and expertise, but at the Library of Congress. So ultimately, I had to learn, right? So eventually, I settled on this fabulous book, a World Atlas in the Rare Books division. The printing was lovely, but the coloring in the book was sloppy. There were annotations. It was born in one place and ended up in another. It was problematic, and I've really come to appreciate, as a Rare Books curator, problematic books. They tell great stories, right? The books that look like crap are the ones you always bring them on. They're quite fantastic. So I settled on this book, and like most research, the conclusions of the project ended up being much more than I expected, and I don't want to burden this with too many specifics, but just very briefly. So the original print placed the beginning of my story with the son of a knife maker in 17th century Amsterdam in a print shop called the Three Crabs, which I think is a great name for a print shop. Analysis of the annotations revealed that my book moved to Italy with a student of military geography in the 18th century. And he likely bound the work and had significant annotations, so sort of revealing this interesting sort of organization of his geographic knowledge. The pigment analysis introduced me to a 19th century owner that touched up the colors, likely to fetch a better price on the antiquarian book market when he tried to sell the book, and eventually found its way actually into the collections of one of the library's greatest benefactors, and only into the library collection in 1980, right? So this was, again, there was a lot that in the end, of course I had more questions about my book, right? But this was a great story, and one that I've been able to talk about in terms of this journey quite often, which has really been lovely, and all emerges out of this early research at the Library of Congress. So now I have the great honor of being the curator of the Rosenwald collection, which is one of the greatest graphic arts collections in the world. And since I've become the curator, I've continued to work with our preservation division to think about unlocking new stories, right? Opening new doors for research. And I'm very lucky that we're able to do this. So just to give you a couple examples. Through multispectral imaging and principal component analysis, we were able to identify St. Catherine of Alexandria in this 15th century paste print. It's quite rare. There's not many of these that survive. But we're able to recover this image. Rightfully so, because St. Catherine is the patroness of librarians. So we had to make sure, that we got her back. So we should all expect good fortune. We have in the Rosenwald collection, we have canceled plates from William Blake's America, so the first of his continental prophecies, right? And this plate has personal annotations, pencil annotations from William Blake, and they're fading. So through, again, multispectral imaging and principal component analysis, we're able to pull out these annotations, which are essential for the historical record for William Blake. Again, here's some oranges. But one of the projects that I'm most proud of, which is a new partnership between the Rare Books Division and the Preservation Division, is a particular type of what you might call down market printing in the 15th century. These are called block books, block book printing. Due to their sort of low status and ephemerality, they don't really last past the 15th century. The technique doesn't last really past the 15th century. They're somewhat lost in conversations about print in this really important 15th century moment. And it's unfortunate because these are really the prints that helped guide European devotion for nearly a century. So these new technical studies are really helping us think about new sites of production for these particular works through analysis of pigments, through analysis of ink, through analysis of paper, right? And we're able to get at these sort of wonderful resources in this new and fascinating way. So even with all of these new projects, and even with now being the Rosenwald curator, I still think about my one book, right? And I think about where it all began and why I was able to tell that story. And I think about that one story within the context of our 160 million items at the library, and each one of them having their own story. And a lot of our collections have been touched by names that we know, right? Names that we remember, names like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Rosa Parks, Hannah Arendt. One of my personal favorites, Carl Sagan. But I think what's most exciting and what's happening at the Library of Congress right now is that we're starting to discover, I think, the people that we rarely hear from in our collection, or we're just starting to hear from in our collections, and new stories that are coming or that are emerging from the library, from new partnerships and new research in our collections. So for example, the Chronicling America API, which is something I think that has already been brought up, but is helping us learn about American agriculture, right? Thinking about this sort of, what the organizers of this project call this long human history, right, of agriculture. And the way that Americans were swept into innovation and technology and science that has come to really define modernity. I've actually personally forwarded this to the historian at the Department of Agriculture, and he's just delighted by this project. So it was really satisfying to me. It was to be able to share this with someone. The availability of newspapers, and again, the Chronicling America API, is facilitating new conversations about American lynching, paying necessary and close attention to the victims of violent mobs, and exploring how newspapers played this dual role, right, between violence and reform, and thinking about that. We are just starting to learn about what will be revealed from the release of our 25 million MARC records. Benjamin Schmidt at Northeastern University is using the data to create a visual history of MARC cataloging at the library. If you haven't seen this, I encourage you to go look. It is quite fantastic and has certainly the potential for insights into our own institutional history. I've been at many meetings now where this has been brought up, and I can assure you everyone at the Library of Congress has an opinion about this project, which is nice to see, right? That this is what these projects do, is they facilitate these sort of fabulous conversations, and it's nice to see it here, certainly at the library. So just to wrap up, again, I like to think about my experience at the library and my collection that I curate. Again, one collection within a galaxy of collections. And I like to think of it as this very small part of an emerging mosaic of research here at the library, where we continue to find those stories that are hidden in our collections. And whether that be an American farmer, or our own catalogers, or the son of a knife maker in Amsterdam, right, in the 16th century. And as we continue, I think, to explore our data, which again, we're at this really exciting moment where we're having a renaissance with our data, that we're starting to think together about the digital tools that might help us find these new stories. And we can only do that together, right? But what's so unique, I think, about this moment is going back to Blake's quote of the once only imagined, right? That we stand at that moment of change right now. And that as we keep working together, and as we keep discovering these collections, and as we keep making them more available, I feel like we come closer to truly saying that what we imagine today, we very well may be able to prove tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our final talk before the break is from Stephen Robertson, who is director of the Roy Rosenzweig Center for History and New Media and professor of history at the George Mason University. He will tell a story about Digital Harlem, a project that won the American Historical Association's Roy Rosenzweig Prize for Innovation in Digital History and the ABC CLIO Online History Award of the American Library Association in 2010. You're on, Stephen.
Good morning. Applause at the beginning. I just want to start with a quick shout out to the wonderful team of people here at the Library of Congress who've brought us all here today, and a fascinating group of people they've brought. I'm going to go back to maps, which Ed showed you a lot of at the beginning, to talk about data in place. Historical sources are full of data about places and locations. The spatial data is not very intelligible in textual form, and even when extracted and organised in tabular form, it really doesn't tell us a lot. It's hard to discern the story that it has to tell us. Now, mapping has been around for a long time as a tool for making sense of the spatial data, but it's only really with the advent of web mapping that it's become accessible to a wider range of people. You used to have to go find the GIS person in your university to make you a map for a project, and that was going to be the one map that you did if you had the months to do that. The web has fundamentally transformed that. And the project that I'm here to talk about today owes its form to the launch of Google Maps in 2005. Shane White put together a team of 4 historians at the University of Sydney, of which I was a junior member, to do a study of everyday life in New York City's Harlem neighbourhood in the 1920s. Our key sources for this, to get beyond the political and artistic elite that dominate accounts of Harlem, was New York City's 2 black newspapers, The Age and the Amsterdam News, and the records of the Manhattan District Attorney. Now, I was in that project because I'd used those legal records in my dissertation, and I knew from the dissertation that they were full of information about where things happened that I'd found no way to use and analyse when I did the dissertation. So what I suggested as my contribution to this larger project was an effort to map our sources. Now, when we got funding for the project in 2004, the technology for doing that was ArcGIS, and I went away to find collaborators at the University of Sydney, our experts in ArcGIS, to make that happen. And at Sydney, at that time, it was the Archaeological Computing Laboratory. However, the problem with ArcGIS in 2004 was that it was not possible to use it on the web. It wouldn't run on our beloved Macintosh computers, and it simply was, as it still is, far too hard to master and far too complex to make it worth using to analyse the qualitative data that we had. So thankfully, with the launch of Google Maps in 2005, and thanks to Damien Evans, one of our team, who created a hack between our database and Google Maps, we launched Digital Harlem in 2009 as a web-based form of mapping. As with any large digital project, there's a whole team of people behind that, and before I say anything more, I want to acknowledge all of those people, in addition to the ones that I've already named, a team of historians, graduate research assistants, technologists of various kinds, and almost $1 million of Australian government money. Which always amuses people, but the Australian government, at least in the early 2000s, was interested in funding innovative scholarship, even about black neighbourhoods thousands of miles away. Now, Digital Harlem was one of the first historical web mapping projects, and one of the first digital history projects to shift from what the Valley of the Shadow was really interested in doing, digitising material, creating online collections, towards visualising those sources. Now, better technologies now exist for web mapping projects. Nevertheless, Digital Harlem remains a useful starting point for thinking about mapping as a means of making sources more accessible, more visual, and more useful. The contrast here is with search, with accessing sources through a database. I think Mitchell-Whitelaw's formulation, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, captures this best. Search is ungenerous, demanding a query and returning only the terms you enter, withholding information about the structure and materials available, and filtering out any alternative hypotheses. Visualizations, by contrast, are generous, rich, browsable interfaces that reveal the scale and complexity of the data behind them and provide a context that enriches the exploration and analysis of that data. So Digital Harlem is not an interface to a collection of sources. Thanks to copyright, licensing, and restrictions imposed by archives, it's not possible for us, even if we'd wanted to, which we didn't, to offer access to the sources on which the site draws. But those restrictions do not prevent the creation of data from those sources, which is what Digital Harlem contains. Information about events, an ill-fated tennis tournament in this case, about people, and to a much lesser extent about, about people, a lot about places. It's worth noting that those of us who work on the 20th century and beyond encounter this problem with access to sources far more often than our colleagues who work in earlier periods. We need to be talking more about the way in which restrictions on access to sources shape the kind of digital projects we can do on the 20th century, and how creating data is a way of getting access to material that's otherwise under copyright. To create data, however, requires a different engagement with sources than humanities scholars typically have. Whereas, to use Miriam Posner's words, we usually immerse ourselves in our sources, dive in, understand them from within. To create data is to extract information and features from sources, requiring a decomposition of a subject or object into attributes and variables. If there are now an increasing range of computational tools to do that extraction for you, the data that we gathered for Digital Harlem was done by hand, and because of the problems of access to digitised newspapers and the limits of ACR, is still a process that needs to be done by hand. So myself and the team of research assistants who appeared briefly on the screen recorded details of every location and every event associated with a location in those legal records that I was talking about, and in the Harlem's 2 black newspapers. And crucially, in a way that Ed was alluding to, not just information from the news stories, but information from every section of the newspapers. The fraternal reports, the church records, the sports pages. There's far more information and far more spatial data in newspapers than we're used to thinking about when we rolled the microfilm through and looked for the news stories that were part of that. We organised that information into a data model, entered it into a database, and geocoded it so that it could be mapped. Now, the metaphor that we commonly use to describe that process, mining, sits awkwardly with humanities scholars concerned with development of empathy, with an appreciation of the position of a person or group or the qualities of an object. It sets up a sense of creating data as somehow dehumanising. Mapping data can somehow mitigate that consequence, can align with an orientation towards care of data, one element of which, as articulated by Bethany Nowinski, is an appreciation of context, interdependence, and vulnerability. Maps, as a visualisation, express this relationship of parts, one to another, and to many to a greater whole. Mapped data is seen in its geographical context, enriched in Digital Harlem by the use of a historical map player, a Bromley real estate atlas which shares a lot of the information and qualities of the better known Sanborn fire insurance maps. It provides building footprints, information on the height of those buildings, the material they're made out of, whether they have shops or stores in them. What it does most dramatically in terms of the maps that we're used to looking at in historical scholarship is fill in the spaces on a street map. And in that way, this basically literally helps to subdivide and divide Harlem into multiple smaller places and to give some indication of how those places interact. And if you know anything about the History of Harlem in the 1920s, I chose this block because on the corner is a Renaissance ballroom and casino, the site of a lot of dances and entertainment and basketball games. Next to the establishment, Abyssinian Baptist Church, one of the mainline middle-class, moral, racial uplift centres of Harlem. And the hall to the right of that was the former headquarters of Marcus Garvey's black nationalist UNIA. A very interesting gathering of people walking down those blocks in a way that we don't appreciate without this kind of level of data. One of the very exciting things going on right here at the Library of Congress is the digitisation of Sanborn fire insurance maps, which is going to put these incredibly rich sources into people's hand, make them freely accessible, transform the kind of historical mapping projects we can do by adding this incredibly rich layer of data about what the place is like. Layers of different data and hence large quantities of data can be combined on a single map, providing an image of the complexity of the past. And I'm going to come back to this really complex looking map. You can examine maps of sources at different scales, make comparisons, discover relationships by visually detecting spatial patterns that remain hidden in those texts and tables that we started with. Now, mapping data has become an increasingly common form of interface for a lot of digital collections. But too often those projects map only a single collection of material. That approach taps really only a small part of the power of mapping. Geographic location provides a means to integrate material from a wide range of disparate sources. So what's important about assigning a geographic reference to data, as Karen Kemp puts it, is that it then becomes possible to compare that characteristic, event, phenomenon, etc., with others that exist or have existed in the same geographic space. What were previously unrelated facts become integrated and correlated. The power of maps to bring disparate things together is where we really need to be going with them as a technology. Used in this way, the geospatial web can help us capture the confluence of multiple rhythms that Henry Lefebvre argues make up everyday life. So this is one of my go-to examples for talking about Harlem in the 1920s. It's a map of nightlife during Prohibition using data from newspapers, undercover investigations, legal records. It shows the venues which drew crowds to Harlem, the nightclubs, the speakeasies, and the venues that black residents opened in their apartments, known as buffet flats, catering exclusively to blacks. The map highlights the different geographies of those venues, and in particular the clustering of buffet flats in sections away from the other venues, away from whites, and drew our attention to how blacks developed spaces apart from whites as they flocked to Harlem's nightlife in the 1920s. Now, why this map captures some of how Prohibition shaped nightlife and leisure in Harlem, it's only a partial map of the commercialised leisure available in the neighbourhood. Digital Harlem lets you create that context by adding dance halls, theatres, pool rooms, the halls that hosted basketball games and boxing bouts, and then you can add to those commercial venues and need to understand nightlife all of the places where non-commercial leisure took place in Harlem in this period. Meetings of church groups, fraternal lodges, community organisations, and social clubs. You end up with this incredibly complex map, social clubs, incredibly complex map, which highlights fundamentally just how a small a segment of leisure and nightlife in Harlem actually appears in discussions focused on Prohibition, which defines the way that we understand what Harlem was like in the 1920s. In regards to mapping events rather than places, this is one of the first maps we created, Arrests for Numbers in 1925, which gave our research a new focus. It shows in the first instance the sheer pervasiveness of numbers gambling, which is a picture that a multitude of sources reinforced in Harlem, and it's one reason why Shane White, Stephen Garton, Graham White and I wrote a book about the wide-ranging economic and cultural role of numbers gambling in Harlem as one of the outcomes of our collaboration. Zooming in to that map highlights how placing bets was woven into everyday life. Arrests occurred on street corners as residents bet on their way to work, in the businesses lining the avenues as they went shopping and ran errands, and in their homes on the cross streets as numbers runners went door to door collecting bets. Our original concept for Digital Harlem also included mapping individual lives, but assembling enough data to reveal more than a single moment of an individual's life proved beyond our resources. However, we did generate maps for a handful of people based on information on their residence, work and leisure in probation and parole records. Those maps make visible the extent to which the lives of Harlem's residents were not bounded by the neighbourhood, make clear that the census data that we commonly rely on to determine where people lived ultimately only tells us where they slept. So, for example, during the 5 years that Morgan Thompson was on probation, his work as a labourer took him not only outside Manhattan, but to the Bronx, Queens and Brooklyn. We've used lines linking residents with the workplaces and other places that people frequented while at their address to suggest their movement through the city. The geography of work was often different for women. Annie Dillard, like the majority of Harlem women in the workforce, found paid employment as a domestic servant in homes on the Upper West Side, hotels in Midtown, and in a laundry in Lower Manhattan. The newest version of Digital Harlem adds a timeline to this to understand how these lives evolved. Two strikingly different geographies, two strikingly distant reminders that living in a city is not living in the neighbourhood. It's moving across the city in a way that we don't often place African Americans in places like New York. Now, for all the maps that we feature on the site and that we discuss in our scholarship, much of the usefulness and impact of Digital Harlem comes from how it allows users to make their own maps, to visualise the data that interests them rather than being constrained to what interested the site's creators. That capacity highlights that these maps are exploratory, not illustrative, that they raise questions rather than answering them. But the site itself, unfortunately, offers limited help in making sense of a map and the data it visualises. That design is in keeping with the original conception of the site, which was as a research tool for those of us collaborating on the original project. When we decided to share the site, we added some material about the places and events featured on the site and on the individuals whose lives can be mapped. And we created a blog linked to the site with posts about additional maps of places and events, such as traffic accidents in this example, that incorporate additional material, like photographs. Unfortunately, those after-the-fact efforts can only go so far. Creating a real context for understanding the data in Digital Harlem is a project in its own right that will require a wholesale redesign of the site. And it's one of the things that we need to think about, the difference between producing sites that are research tools for people who understand the data at some level and sites that are shared and are going to be used by people who don't bring the researcher's understanding to the site. Now, an emerging option for making that data more accessible and useful is to use what's in Digital Harlem as the basis for a spatial narrative rather than simply a map. I'm currently exploring that approach for a project on the 1935 Harlem riot, for which we're creating another version of Digital Harlem based on that single year. By the 1930s, there's a much greater wealth of information about life in Harlem than there is in the 1920s. Now, a platform like the widely used StoryMap.js, which creates a linear single path through a map, cannot effectively tell the story of a complex event like the riot, in which multiple things happen at any given time. Neither, for that matter, can following the timeline on Digital Harlem let you understand what is going on in the riot. Neatline, a mapping plugin for America, which Ed was talking about earlier, gives some scope for more complex storytelling. And I've created a prototype narrative of the riot just to think about, just to think about what's possible. What I really like about Neatline is that the timeline slider at the bottom of that image provides a means of navigating the exhibit. Dragging it not only changes the points that appear on the map, it also alters the waypoints visible on the right. While points display information on particular events, waypoints can be used to explore broader arguments which can be grouped together rather than being tied to a single point on the timeline. What that means is that it gives you some flexibility in how a narrative is read. You can roll over each waypoint in a group or explore them in a sequence or out of sequence. Each waypoint can be associated with a zoom level on a specific location. Clicking on a series of waypoints can thus move you around a map. And you can annotate those waypoints, attach them to polygons and lines, as I have in this prototype, to draw attention to the analysis of space and my understanding of what's going on in the riot, to movement, direction, proximity, connection, and patterns. Used in that way, annotations shift some of the argument into visual form. And that's ultimately where I think we're going with the kinds of visualizations we've been making in maps. That the future direction in visualizing data using maps that this prototype points to is the capacity to more extensively and dynamically integrate maps and narratives, to visually combine data and interpretation while retaining the orientation towards putting data in context, which to me is the most powerful thing that mapping lets us do. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. We are now going to take an approximately 45-minute long break. If you have any questions or comments for the speakers, please post them on social media using the hashtag #AsData or email ndi@loc.gov, and we'll keep the conversation going. Please join us back here at 11:45 a.m. And if you're on the live stream, we look forward to seeing you back in a few minutes.
From the other side too, so I don't know if anything can be done. Let's open it a little bit more. I'll kick it over. Lost the windscreen. Hey, Gus. That post-lunch panel is all Mac. That's why we don't have anything. So they're putting it all on one unit. So we just switch over to it, and they can run from there. The lightning round is 5-minute sections. That's what they mean by lightning. Yes. You have to go view full screen. I think there's a toggle for it as well. View full screen and then it'll do it. And then the remote works fine. Hey, Gus? Channel 16 is Mac audio. I muted it, just in case. When he jacks in, we'll do that after lunch.
just from out here, do you have questions?
So just wish you just nod like.
Yeah. And then right when you come out, you use that picture of you showing you and Brian Craft. And then probably have to talk a little bit about Brian Craft. And then I'm going to introduce you. And so Tom and I can talk is when I'm introducing you. You'll be very friendly about introducing you when you come out. All right.
Do I wait here?
No. So what's going to happen is we're going to
Okay. Okay. Yep, yep. I'm just gonna get the signal.
Welcome back. We're going to start things out with structured data story time from Rachel Shorey, who is a software engineer in the interactive news department at the New York Times. She works primarily on large data collection projects in the newsroom. Take it away, Rachel.
Hello. All right. Hi, my name is Rachel Shorey. I'm a software engineer at the New York Times on the interactive news team. I'm going to tell you some stories. First, I want to talk a little bit about the interactive news team at the Times. We work on a variety of projects, but we often end up being pulled in when reporters get stuck trying to deal with a data problem or get a full understanding of a data collection. We pitch in when data is hard to get or when there's just too much of it for a reporter to deal with. We pitch in when the form is unusable. And we pitch in when there's just it's not even totally clear where the data set is. So I'm here to tell you a little bit about the story, the data story behind the story that you might see in the New York Times. This is the kind of thing that happens when you get programmers in the newsroom collaborating with reporters. First, I want to tell you a little bit more about how the interactive news team, or my part of the interactive news team, works and collaborates. One data set that we've done a lot of work on is election data. And when I tell people that, they say, that's so great. I love the New York Times election coverage. I especially love those maps and graphics. And I say, great, me too. Those are somebody else. It is a great data project. And we do in some ways contribute to it. If you imagine those as like a really nice restaurant kitchen or something like that, with like the fancy dishwasher and the fancy sink with the like hose that you can wiggle around, and maybe one of those refrigerators that has the cold water pump all hooked into the water system, they're like, that's great, you're like the plumbing. And I'm like, well, really we're more like the thing that connects the whole restaurant to the city's water main. We're really far back there. But if it breaks, you really know about it because there's water everywhere. So that's how I think of some of the work we do on the interactive team. But I think the best way to talk about that is to show it through the way that these stories come together. So here's a story. Once upon a time, there was a troublesome web interface. Here's an example of a web interface that caused one of our reporters some trouble. This is the Bureau of Prisons, and they make a website that makes it easy to find an inmate who is in the federal system. Unfortunately, if you want to find an inmate, or well, I would say fortunately actually, because there's some privacy protection in here. You can't just type in an age and find any inmate of that age. You have to know the person's name. You have to know some information about them. So in order to do this, you have to know that information. And here's an example of how a search might work. This is an inmate you may have heard of. As I said, to search for a person, you have to enter their first and last name, and it won't work unless those names are correct. And if you want to find a lot of people, you're going to have to enter them one at a time. A reporter came to me with a large number of individuals that she wanted to look up. She wanted to look them up because they were convicted of terrorism in US courts, and she wanted to know where they were located. This was a big deal not too long ago because there was a lot of question about whether people in Guantanamo could be tried or held in the United States, or in the continental United States. So she wasn't quite sure what to do. She had all of these people she wanted to look up. There were a lot of them, and it was going to take a long time. And to make matters worse, many of them had 3 or 4 names, and it wasn't quite clear how they divided into first, middle, and last name. So thankfully, she had the good sense to apply a little software nerdery to this problem, which she did. basically by turning around, I happened to sit right behind this person, so it was a very easy request. She said, Rachel, I need some help. How are we going to get this data out of this website? I know the data's there, I just need to get it. Thankfully, the back end of that website looks like this. Anybody who has a little bit of familiarity poking around the back ends of websites will probably have a warm feeling in their heart about how nice and easy it is for a software developer to pull down data like this, to process it, and turn it into usable records that the reporter can use. I started working on this. She returned to calling government offices and asking them for comment on things. Everyone worked on what they did best. We ended up turning this into a story that also included this map. We found out where the people who were convicted of terrorism in United States courts are being held, indeed in the United States, and wrote an accompanying story about it. So using the information that we were able to gather as a collaboration between a reporter and somebody, a software engineer who works on data things, we were able to tell a story that countered the narrative that was generally being told at the time. I have another example. I really like this one. Another example. I really like this one. A doctor testified in court, but his name was redacted. Some of his biographical details were available, though, including his date of birth and his date and place of certification. Sorry, not date of birth. And some additional biographical information. And a reporter discovered that there's this search functionality available for the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology that lets you determine who was certified or recertified at in a certain place and at a certain time. He knew, as I said, the month and year of the certification of this individual, but nothing else. If you look at this web interface, you might note that date of certification is not an option. What he really wanted was to search by date. So he's stuck at this point. Thankfully, he knew the phone number of some local software nerds. This actually did happen late at night, so he did call someone. This call did not go to me. It went to my colleague, Jeremy Bowers, who was supposed to be here today, but unfortunately could not join us. So what Jeremy was able to do is pull out all of the data from the database and then do the search and then give it to the reporter in this format where he could search and sort by date. There were about 900 people who matched the date that the reporter was interested in. What he did at that point, the reporter, is he started Googling. He actually Googled 88 of these people, and then he found somebody who, based on other information that was available online, matched other biographical information in the testimony that he had read. So, yes. After doing this Googling, the reporting team sent somebody to the house of this doctor, knocked on his door, and they asked for an interview, and they got an hour on the record with him. This is really a story that could not have come about without true reporter-programmer collaboration. We didn't have the idea to go and pull data off that website, and we didn't have the ability to go and knock on the door and ask. I'm a software engineer. Can you imagine me knocking on your door? I'd probably be like, hi, I'm with the New York Times, and I'd like to ask you some questions, and it probably wouldn't have gone well. So it was really a great collaboration. Here's the story that resulted. It was actually part of a 5-part series about medical and psychiatric care at Guantanamo Bay. And this is a case where if you look at this story, you would have no idea that a software engineer or any kind of data component may have been involved because there's no graphic, there's nothing that looks like data to you. But the data component was really important in the reporting. It's how we found the source and it's how we told the story. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you another story. This is a story about data that is too big for a reporter. Once upon a time, the data just kept coming and coming. This is a lot of data. If you fiddle around with data a lot, you might be familiar with XML. Here is some. Can anyone tell what this is? Can you guys see it well enough to tell what this is data of? Oh, we've got it over there. It's the Olympics. This is what the Olympics looks like on the back end. During busy competitions, we can get 20 messages a second from the Olympic data stream. And yeah, so it's a large data set. Thankfully, in this case, no one passes go. No one collects $200 before they call the nerds. Huge amounts of the Times Olympic coverage is powered by 2 news nerds sitting in a press tent in the Olympic City. My colleagues Michael Strickland and Scott Blumenthal were there in Rio. They gave me a little rundown of how that went. Our team keeps, and in fact, our team keeps a collection of Olympic mascots, the little dolls, because the Olympics are such a huge part of the data work that we do. So what do? We power graphics. We get reporters the most accurate information and times, and we answer questions. So if you enjoy watching the New York Times cover the Olympics, if you enjoy things like split times, if you want to see those races that get run in real time and things like that, that's all thanks to this data stream. In fact, my colleague Michael just spent a week, like 2 weeks ago, in South Korea, starting to prepare for next year's Winter Olympics. The news nerds from around the world whose organizations cover the Olympic feeds are actually required to participate in massive testing exercises as part of their data contract with the games that start nearly a year in advance. So yes, if you enjoy watching this kind of coverage, thank a news nerd. Anyway, this is actually one of my favorite stories from Rio. I know it's not as exciting as Katie Ledecky winning by 97 seconds or whatever it was, but what I like about this is that it's a narrative story that came out of the data. So one of the reasons this story came about is because my colleague Scott Blumenthal, who is a software engineer, is also a huge boxing enthusiast and boxes himself. So he had his eye on boxing from the beginning, and he noticed, he was talking to the reporter who was working on it, and they noticed that there was some scandal about competitors who were worried that judges were biased. And they wanted to take a little bit of a look at that. They wanted to know, like, what are we seeing or whatever. And when they started looking, they realized that there were some judges who just disappeared from competition because judges are in that data set, the judge of every match. There were judges who judged at the beginning and then stopped judging, and there was no clear reason. They weren't like, their ratings weren't bad or whatever. They just disappeared. And so they were able to use the data to find the story that the judges were just gone. They were dismissed, but it was secret. Let me tell you, there we go. Let me tell you another story. Once upon a time, the open government data was in an adversarial format. Uh-oh, heard some laughing there. As you may be aware, we had a major event in Washington this January. It was a presidential inauguration. Unfortunately, after every party comes the bill, the cost of a presidential inauguration is covered by fundraising from the Presidential Inaugural Committee, and they have to release a list of donors to the Federal Election Commission. Here's what it looked like. What they did is they took this report and they delivered it on paper to the Federal Elections Commission. Someone knocked on the door of 990 East Street and or 999, I think it is, and handed it to the Federal Elections Commission. I just want to point out that this was not how they had to release it. It's not in statute that they have to release it in paper. The last two of them released them online. And it's not like they typed this out on a typewriter and that was the only way they could do it. This is software. They just chose to hit the print button instead of hitting the send to FEC button. Yes, so it was not machine readable data. So basically, the very next call was, find me a nerd. Unfortunately, the sad story here is that the news nerds aren't actually that much help in this situation. The data is pretty badly locked up, and we knew it. But what did we do? We combined our nerd powers. This is a repository from an editor at the Washington Post named Stephen Rich. He started manually cleaning this filing in public. Pretty quickly, he had collaborations from reporters or from news nerds of various sorts at a variety of organizations. I'm up there, you can see, and a few other folks. So in the end, we had five different organizations contributing to this kind of information. Another fun fact about this day is that I saw that this filing was out as I was eating my breakfast, and the next thing I remember, it was 4 in the afternoon, and I was sitting on my sofa in my pajamas, still manually entering these things. So it was a long day. Despite the collaboration, the news organizations wrote their own stories. It's not like we wrote one story, but the background data was in some ways collaboratively managed. The saddest news in some ways for the news nerds is that by doing all of this work, we helped reporters discover that there were some issues with the filing and just a few errors in the way it was filed. So that means they had to file an amended report. What did that mean? Another one of those paper filings came out about 3 months later that we all had to dig into again. They didn't file that one electronically either, as you could probably guess. So let me tell you another story. Once upon a time, the structured data was hiding. Perhaps you heard of this guy. He's like kind of famous, I guess, these days, especially maybe in this kind of a location. He wrote a play about some guy named Hamilton. Apparently people really liked it. They liked it so much that they bought that tickets are now going for thousands of dollars. I just want to point out that on this thing, it looks like it says 2 tickets because that's the smallest number you can buy. But this is actually the price for 1 ticket. They would double it if I bought 2 of them. So this is how you buy a ticket for Hamilton, I guess, these days. One of the major problems, one of the reasons that the tickets are so expensive is the resale market. And people in New York, understandably, and at the New York Times, were really interested in how this market was working and what was happening, and how resale companies were using bots to buy up these tickets and then sell them again. So they thought, if only we could monitor how dates are selling out and what the costs are. I bet you'll never guess what's coming next. Yes, they called in the nerds. In this case, it was my colleague Tiff Furr. And she basically wrote a ticket buying bot, but instead of buying tickets, all it did was look at the prices and whether things were sold out. So it turns out a lot of people at the Times were interested in this data, potentially given our proximity to Broadway there. So by recording this ephemeral data, Tiff was able to put together a full structured data set that helped reporters understand the scale of scalping on Broadway for a variety of stories they were telling. So this is what they think Hamilton scalpers are making in these ticket sales. So how am I doing on time? 5 minutes. OK, I'm going to add one more story that I don't have slides for because it's particularly relevant today. So one recent situation where we really wanted to get some data was that the House of Representatives, our neighbors right across the street, were voting on a healthcare bill. That's going to happen again today. The Senate gets to vote. Unfortunately, it's quite hard to get the data out of the House and Senate quickly because a lot of it is being recorded by hand by the clerk of the chamber. So what we ended up doing in the House, and what we will probably end up doing in the Senate this afternoon, I apologize if I have to leave early to do this, is have people actually sitting in the chamber and quickly writing by hand and doing things like run out, take a photograph, send it to someone in New York who's going to transcribe it, and run back in. We are literally manually entering data and sending it back and transcribing it and making it electronic that way. In some cases, that's the fastest way to do it. And it works very well for us in getting House votes live. Some people have said, why do you need to do that? The data is going to be available in 40 minutes, maybe. One thing that you can't get from that data, especially in the House, is when people change their votes, which is actually a pretty common strategy in the House. Sometimes it's accidental. The way you vote in the House, I learned a lot about how you vote in order to do this in our bodies of representation. In the House, what you do is you slide a little card into a machine, and then you hit, I guess there's a big yes and no button, and you hit the button. So people just hit the wrong button. There was a little scandal a little while ago about people letting their kids vote for them, which I think was causing a few more of these errors. But so that's how they do it. If they vote incorrectly, they can go and change their vote back. And there's some thought that people might vote strategically. They might say no, or they might say yes. And then if they're not really needed in the final count, they might change. So by recording the votes in real time, we were able to get that information out. It was hard to do. We needed 5 people in the chamber to do the House. Thankfully, the Senate's a little smaller. We're hoping to be able to get by with a few fewer people. So, like every good story, I'm going to end with a happily ever after. Just the New York Times, we have more programmers in the newsroom than any other news organization, and we do graphics and digital storytelling, and we do creative news presentation, but we also work with data for nearly every definition of the word data. So, yeah, I'm ending this the way good stories all end, with a happily ever after, with some very small exceptions. So thanks to my colleagues who walked me through some of the work that they did on data stories so that I could share a more wider perspective. And yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you, Rachel. Next is Jessie Daniels, professor of sociology at Hunter College. She studies race and digital media technologies, and she is going to share a story about how some library collections can be manipulated by hate groups online with her presentation, Extremists in the Archive. Jessie.
Great, thanks. It's great to be here. I'm here today to talk to you about extremists in the archive. And part of what my research has led me to believe is that you can't understand the world in which we live today without understanding white supremacy. And by that I mean both the system of ideas that sets white people above all others, and also the extremist groups that I've encountered in some of my research in the archive. The first thing that I want to share with you is this slide. This is from an extremist website that I found that was called American Civil Rights Review. And I actually came upon it because it was discovered by a college student of mine where I taught in suburban Long Island at the time. This was in 2008. And part of what this website was arguing through a white supremacist lens was that slavery was not that bad. And they were using Library of Congress material, a digital archive of the WPA project that interviewed formerly enslaved people to make that argument. So I want to talk about some of the unintended consequences of digitizing archives, and I want to tell the story of how I discovered this website and how we got to here. So I want to tell you a little bit about my research. In the 90s, I started, actually in the late 80s, but I started publishing in 1997 some research I had done on a printed archive of newsletters from 6 different extremist organizations, including the KKK and actually David Duke's organization, a bunch of different ones. And to do this research, this was my dissertation and then became my first book. To do this research, I had to travel. I drove 7 hours from where I was in school at Austin, Texas, to Montgomery, Alabama, where the Southern Poverty Law Center keeps what they call a Klan Watch archive. They keep a trove of these printed newsletters of these extremist groups. And I drove there and stood over a copy machine for 3 or 4 days, and through their generosity, developed my archive for that first publication. In that research, what I argued was that white supremacist rhetoric is gendered, and by that I mean that the things that they say about race often have some other message about masculinity or femininity in them. I was particularly fascinated by the way that they talked about white men, and I'll say more about that in 1 second. The second argument I made, which I think is relevant today, is that white supremacist rhetoric is similar to mainstream political and popular culture rhetoric. So looking at those extremist publications, I compared them to the mainstream rhetoric at the time of politicians like Pat Buchanan and Bill Clinton, to be completely bipartisan about it, and also looked at popular culture themes, and there was a lot of resonance between the two. So I argued that they were similar in some ways. And then about the gendered argument, it sort of came together with the argument that they're similar to the mainstream in an image like this. So not only did I look at the text, I also looked at the images and line drawings in these white supremacist publications. This one is from Tom Metzger's White Aryan Resistance publication. And what you see here is a line drawing of a white man. He's wearing a baseball cap. I don't know that it's red, but he has on a construction vest, and in the background are bridges and cities and an airplane. The message here is that white men built this nation, white men are this nation. And my argument about the mainstream you can see in a more recent example from, this is the History Channel, right? They're doing a series on the men who built America. The American economy was linked by railroads, fueled by oil and built by steel, right? The same kind of rhetoric that, and my argument about white supremacy is that it erases and ignores the labor of people of color, of Native Americans who were in this land before. So that's the work that I did early on. Right. Then the internet happened. Now, I know for those of you sitting in this session, you know that the internet happened well before 1997, but it was really starting to take off in higher ed, and I started using the internet in my classes and teaching with it. I also began wondering, how was the internet changing white supremacy? I kept following those same groups that I looked at and analyzed in the printed publication, and I wanted to know how it was changing those groups. So I started work on the second book called Cyber Racism, and part of what I found is that instead of having to drive 7 hours to the Southern Poverty Law Center archive, the white supremacist rhetoric that I had studied before was now much easier to access, right? I could find it in my living room and dial it up that way. It was also global, so that people were making connections across the globe around white supremacy, and it was more participatory. People were contributing their own takes on it. But the point is, it made my research much easier, and it also made it easier for these groups to connect. So this is one of the places that I studied in the cyber racism book. This is Stormfront. You may have heard it. It's the longest-running white supremacist portal online, and I spent lots of hours there, so you don't have to. When I finished research for the book in 2008, they had about 129,000 registered users. When I checked last week, they're at 325,683, and that number only goes up, or it has so far since I've been researching it. On the night President Obama was elected in 2008, so many people went to Stormfront that they crashed the servers there. So I was concerned about the extremist groups, but I was concerned about my students. I was teaching that at the time in a suburban private university on Long Island, and I was concerned about how they were going to stumble upon white supremacist rhetoric online just in their course of doing research for their term papers and that sort of thing. So I want to tell this one story about taking my students on Long Island into a computer lab. This is in the early 90s. It was before Google even. That'll tell you how long ago it was. And so we were using different kinds of search engines, Yahoo, Alta Vista, what's another one? Anyway, lots of different search engines that have gone by the wayside now. I had two students come in, and one student typed, the first thing that student typed in was kkk.com into a search engine. And the next student, another student in that same class, typed in Martin Luther King into a search engine. They both ended up at white supremacist sites. And I said, that's really what I'm interested in this work, is understanding my students' search patterns and how they might stumble upon white supremacist rhetoric. Now, this is one of the sites this is the site that my student came upon, and how I found it was through them. This is what I refer to. It appears to be a tribute to Dr. King, but in fact, it's run by Stormfront, that large portal that I showed you just previously. So this is what I came to call a cloaked website. Like the one I started the presentation with that was talking about slavery, what both of these sites and lots of others that I could tell you about later do is that they intentionally disguise authorship in order to conceal a political agenda. Right? In some ways, these cloaked websites were precursors to today's news. Part of what makes them difficult to decipher is it's not clear who is publishing them and what their point of view is. So this was especially difficult for my students in college classes. Even though we were talking about some of these issues already, they struggled to make sense of them. So this is what I decided to do in terms of my research, is I would ask young people, actually younger than college students, so I recruited participants who were 15 to 19 years old, all from New York, all from fairly good high schools, and asked them to try and make sense of these search results. Like if they search for information on Dr. King and they came across this site, how would they make sense of it? And then I also asked them to evaluate pairs of websites. So I would pair a cloaked site with a legitimate civil rights organization site. So this is a pairing here of the Martin Luther King cloaked site, and then the site from the King family and their archive of King's papers and that sort of thing. And then the second pairing I did was actually a Library of Congress site. I paired that cloaked site, the American Civil Rights Review that has the slavery information from WPA, with the Voices of Civil Rights, which was created and hosted here at the Library of Congress, and asked young people, so how would you make sense of this? So what I found was interesting in terms of their understanding of this material and how they made sense of information from the archive. The first thing, and this is the bright spot and the encouraging part of my talk, which is that they were very savvy. Even in 2007, 2008, when I was doing this analysis, they were very savvy about the way that websites looked, right? They picked up on graphic user interface, they picked up on colors that were not good, and on fonts that were not clear or didn't look sophisticated. This one young person said the site looks like someone, you know, just an individual created it. It doesn't look very professional. So she said she wouldn't trust it, wouldn't trust the information there, right? So the good news is that they're very sophisticated about the look of sites. The bad news, as we know now, is that all it takes really is a much better graphic designer to fool someone with information. So the other thing that I asked them about was the content of the site. So beyond the look of the site, how do you evaluate the content that you're looking at there? And this is a page further into that one about slavery. And what's interesting, what I wanted to point out here is that part of what this white supremacist, Joe Weltner, had done was to Frank Weltner. What he had done was he had taken this language of multiculturalism, of forgotten black voices, and then taken the WPA quotes of formerly enslaved people who would say things like, yes, we were allowed to grow vegetables when we were enslaved, and takes those out of context and reframes them in a white supremacist context, right? For some of the young people I talked to, this was very hard to make sense of, and this is some of what they said. One young person said, I mean, looking at this site I just showed you, I mean, I don't think I would disagree with it. I'm sure there are some slaves that were treated well, so I can understand their point of view. There's always two sides to everything. Now, as an educator, this is a little horrifying, and I'm sure some of you share that as well. One of the other participants I talked to read this material and said, I don't know about this because I've read other things about slavery, and I know that this isn't true, right? So she was able, through a kind of, you know, what I would call a burgeoning critical race consciousness, to make sense of this site through other things that she had read outside the context of that one site. So in conclusion, I just want to say this. So my research really sits kind of by accident, in a way, on either side of the internet, right? This analysis in the printed-only newsletters of white supremacists, and then in the internet era of their work. And what I can tell you is that whether in a printed archive at the Southern Poverty Law Center or in a digital archive at the Library of Congress, the goal of white supremacy is the same. Both before and after the internet. And that is to roll back hard-won social, legal, political, and moral victories. And what we know is that the internet and digital archives, unfortunately, make this even easier. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jessie. In our final talk before lunch, Patrick Cronin and Thomas Neville, organizers of that class, will share a story about their summer camp last year working with high school students to research the 1968 Washington, D.C. riots. Thomas, Patrick, please take it away.
Honored to be here. Thank you very much. Can we get the screen? Okay.
Everybody ready? Ready. Oh, I feel all right this morning. Yeah. Come out here to tell you that I was the one. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Grand salute around my door.
Can you tell me what you asked to be pulled?
So I'm into music, and I'm just trying to figure out, or just look at things, how music like influences the society, culture, and just really anything about music. And I was told about a court case about Elvis Presley. It was a copyright for the song Hound Dog. Pretty sure a lot of people know that. And basically, it was actually originally an African American wrote it, and it was their song, but kind of Elvis kind of made it his own.
It's an interesting change since you usually only go into libraries. As a student, I haven't really seen archives before in this form.
What do you think you're going to find in that file?
I'm not sure right now.
But this guy, I'm still trying to figure out what he got arrested for. But yeah, I don't know yet. Hopefully something interesting.
What did you realize Dad pulled?
The Paces Ferry Towers master plans from 1950.
Okay, and how did you come about wanting to know about this?
Well, my idea is like have some projects on affordable housing. So I'm looking at housing designs in like history throughout Atlanta, and I'm also going to like look how it's designed because I want to have a new design that doesn't victimize the residents that stay there.
Okay.
On the internet, you're just looking at, you know, a digital copy, and I just can't imagine that kids get overly excited about looking at a scan.
It definitely provides a more interesting aspect than if you're looking just on a computer. Since coming here, just looking at it in person, you really get the interesting feel. It's I don't know how to describe it. It's just nicer, I guess.
And physically in front of you, what is that?
Well, this is what I was just told a sun disk. I'm not sure exactly what this is, but I know the one before it. This is because these are records, and they're 45s. So 45 is like the speed. And this right here is Hound Dog.
How is listening to music on this different than listening to music through that? Or is it the same?
It's not. It's not the same because, well, one, it's, I don't know, it's very authentic. That's the only thing I can say. All the snap, crackle, and pops.
The other thing is not everything is going to be on the internet. You know, we've calculated that if we scan 40,000 scans a month here, we would be done in 1,300 years. And so, not everything's going to be on the internet. And what is on the internet has already been discovered, where when you have the box experience, you may find something that nobody else has found before. And that's actually more common than people might think.
Did that happen today?
Yeah, exactly. A young lady looked at a record group. It was RG31. I don't remember the name of the record group. I had never been in that record group. Nathan had never been in that record group. Sarah had never been in that record group. And we have worked here for a combined 22 years.
I kind of want to look at the outside and how you can't really see, like, segregated, how people that need housing can't afford it, but people that have housing, they can. I want to see how you can bring both of these people together, and so it doesn't victimize a lower class than an upper class.
Okay. I'm going to come back and see what else you find later. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We met these students that morning. Now, traditionally, when high school students go to the National Archives or to a special collections area, they get a tour, and they're lucky if they see maybe some prize collections, and then they go home. So before lunch, this group got to use the finding aids themselves. They got to consult personally and privately with an archivist, and they got to touch neglected archival materials. Then in the afternoon, they were ready to let the archival materials guide their research.
So Patrick and I started work with students in archives about 5 years ago. We were both teaching history at a nearby high school together. When we arrived, it was one of these schools where largely that engagement with the past was restricted to the traditional textbook and testing curriculum. And Patrick had come in with a lot of project-based learning experience. I've been dabbling with archives, and we have been strategizing on what might make a richer experience for these students, and what might they actually be capable of if you empowered them and put them in that position. And the result was us being the students first, as you saw on the last slide. And because of the limitations of normal school, we can't just hop up and leave campus. So we went to the archives, we went to another archive, and we bundled what we could and recreated what we could of the archive in the classroom to get started. We replaced a textbook unit with local archival materials that covered the same time, and we felt addressed the same themes and challenges of the American experience. So just a few things that you can see in this time period. Students merging technology and primary documents in the classroom. Working with experts from the community. This is local writer and historian John Muller. We scaffold them up to the experience, and then we bring them to the archives. This is the National Archives just down the road. And the first student that got their research ID, we had go into the finding aids, work with the archivist, learn how to make a poll. She put in her poll, and as the students finished getting their research cards, they came in and they taught one another how to do this. And they left there knowing how to navigate that location in a way that some other folks might have said, yeah, but that's sort of above their pay grade, so to speak. Actually, when we arrived on the research side, they said student groups, Declaration of Independence on the other side. And so these students kind of came in and broke the norm in that sense. And we also interacted with community members. This is the legendary Reverend OJ giving us an oral history walking tour of the alley that he grew up in, because this is one of the topics that our students were researching. And in addition to not just interacting with the archives, we had them thinking about how can you represent this information that you're finding, the interpretations that you're making in different ways. So we had them exploring how to use different digital mapping tools, including MapStory. And here you see a nice little tweet representing the efforts that they made to map the history of alley communities in Washington, D.C. And the result was that they got to present. They were the opening presentation at the D.C. Historical Studies Conference to share their process as high school students engaging in this kind of work. And we saw throughout that spread of time that if you gave these students the opportunity, whether in the classroom or in the archive, that they would be excited, that they were capable, and that they could contribute to the construction of our understanding of our past.
But we kept running into limitations, those conventional structural limitations. May they be a bell schedule, or just the constraint of the classroom, physical space. They could be scheduling a field trip, getting permission forms, all of these. There's many, many more. I'm sure many of you have actually encountered some of these. So we started to think, okay, what's happening elsewhere where they've done away with or ameliorated some of these concerns? And the only thing we could find is in STEM. So this is a photograph of a STEM lab that is in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's called New View. It was started by an MIT architectural design PhD student. And the general model is that the kids are pulled from their traditional high school and they work here full-time as a student. They're engaged in some really great work. We went from that concept and said, okay, how can we start a program that is without these limitations? So naturally, we went to the summer. And our first project was uncovering the 1968 riots in Washington, D.C. And it was at the Washington, D.C. Public Library Special Collections, funded by them. Here's a picture that is in the Lab of the Humanities. Right? It wasn't artificial like that studio you saw for STEM in New View. It was a Commons location. This is, well, the former Kiplinger Library at the, in the Carnegie Building, just up the road, soon to be an Apple store. We took students to those places where overhead is already taken care of, right? Galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, most of which are free to the public. And they're welcoming us with open arms. Please bring students. Very glamorous work. Students wearing white gloves, right? This is our little hub for the summer. 60-hour program 2 years ago. Students collaborating on independent research, then working together on a formal project, a product, if you will. We brought in outside experts. Here, leaning over the computer and leaning over a student, is a man named Brian Kraft. He's involved currently in a 10-year project to map digitally every building in Washington, D.C. To call him an expert is an understatement. He's leaning over a student who's working with some ArcGIS maps. In fact, it's a map he created. So we thought actually we would bring him out. At this time, Brian was, this is, for lack of a better word, student Brian, or little Brian, was 14 at the time. Also the minimum age that a researcher can get a card at the National Archives. Brian, why don't you come on out? Brian is currently he's currently a rising junior at School Without Walls in Washington, D.C. But he's also one of 15 students in the city who was just accepted to George Washington University's early college program. We thought we'd have Brian give us his perspective on, we'll show you some visuals, as we've sort of been doing, and he'll maybe tell you in a little bit more detail what he's worked on that's visible.
Okay, so yeah, that's Brian Kraft. So on my lap is a DC report, government report on the riots and the damage. So if you can see, it's just like street images, like on each block of the damage. So basically what I'm trying to do is replicate like, that image, or those images, and so, sorry if I'm rambling, but in this book, there's this whole, like a fold out page of like a hand-drawn damage map of the entire 7th Street and 14th Street during the riots. So what I'm trying to do is basically draw out each block, each building, color it in, if it's like damaged, how damaged it is, if it's salvageable or unsalvageable, and replicate it digitally. And basically, at this stage, I was really, immersed in my work. So when he came, I was like, I don't really need his help, but, but I still, was polite and took his tips, like, thanks, But I wasn't. So, but still, it was a valuable experience, and that actually turned into an internship offer at his engineering firm, JMT. So that was cool. I didn't get to do it. I didn't get security clearance because you're not going to let 14-year-old touch multi-million-dollar documents. So I couldn't do that, but still, good experience. So this is the beginning stage of. So this is from the archive, National Archive. So we had, I think, 2-3 hours. So this was basically our only time to gather original documents. And so that's me holding that camera, and that's one of my partners, James. So basically what we did for 2 hours straight, I held the camera, he flipped the page, I took the picture, flip it, I took the picture, flip it, and that was, I don't know, 30 minutes, then I took a break for my neck, and I went back at it. So we were doing that for 2 hours straight. So once we got all that information, I shared the pictures with my other partners, and we had to put it in this spreadsheet. So it's basically 30 columns horizontally, different information, like the percentage of damage, how much the damage cost, the owner of the building, if it's repairable, what type of damage, glass, water, fire damage, and it's about like 90 people in that spreadsheet. And then I had to import that spreadsheet into this map. So these little black dots, those are each of the 90 people that we collected the reports on. And if you were able to click on it, you'd see their name, their age, the building that they own, the address, what type of damage. So there's that. And then the red, yellow, and orange spots, you can see here, is the extent of damage. That was the hand-drawn map I was talking about. I literally had to take a mouse, draw the rectangle, draw the square, and then color it in for, I don't know, about 11 streets worth from L to Q or S, I don't even know. But yeah, I had to do that. And then if you can barely see these little plus marks, those are the images of each block. So you were able to get a digital visual, then an actual visual, and then if you click on it, like the individuals individual details about the specific building.
Unbelievable work that Brian did. And we decided we would do another project the very next summer. And sure enough, I got an email from Brian, hey, can I hop on and do a different project? I said, well, you just continue work on the riots. You don't need me. What am I going to do for you? Just work on the riots. Go finish your map. He said, nah, I want to do something. I want to do your new topic. Downtime and debauchery in Civil War Washington. We looked at brothels in the city. And the goal of this project was to take it to the next level. We thought Brian was doing amazing work, but how do we know where the bar is? And so we looked at existing projects. This is from Ken Winkle at University of Nebraska, Civil War Washington. And on this map, there's a missing layer, and the layer is brothels during the Civil War. So Brian made the layer. And it started to get the attention of the National Archives. And in fact, Brian was one of a few high schoolers to do the first digitization that exists in the National Archives catalog.
So one more project we'd like to highlight that I think brings in another aspect of where we think this potential can be for students working with collections. As a teacher at the American School of Paris, I started a project in partnership with the local World War I cemetery that's managed by the American Battle Monuments Commission. And meeting with the supervisors there, they said, we have all these soldiers buried here, and for most of them, we don't know anything beyond what's on the gravestone. And as a teacher, that was a perfect problem statement to start with in getting the students engaged. So I had go back real quick, thanks. 8th graders in Paris partner with middle and high schoolers from Lopez Island, Washington State to research the 29 Washingtonians buried in this cemetery. And here's a student who's starting with the little bit of data that she has. And just a glimpse into this remote collaboration. These students, 9 hours apart, working together, using collections in their respective countries to try to collaborate and tell these stories. And this is an example. This is Raymond Bennett. He died on the first day of the Battle of Château-Thierry. And this is a mix of documents that were both digitized and available in certain databases like Chronicling America, but also archives and materials that weren't digitized. And these students, these 8th graders, learn how to identify relevant archives, write them very polite emails, and ask them if they had any relevant documents and if they could digitize them and email them to Paris. And they did. And now, they've aggregated their work on an app that you can download right now for free on the Apple Store. And you can go to the cemetery, and whatever they have found about these soldiers is pinned to the location of their grave, and you can stand there at the grave and learn about somebody who just 4 months ago we knew nothing about. And we were joined in less than 3 months by an independent researcher in Pennsylvania who offered her own research about Jewish soldiers from that state, an independent researcher from West Virginia who has confirmed that he convinced the undergraduate public history department at the University of West Virginia to join in the fall, a family from Illinois whose ancestor is buried in the Seren Cemetery that we studied. She shared all of her documents and let us digitize them for the first time. They've been kept in a cigar box. And a school in New York City you might have heard of called Stuyvesant, and their students jumped in and offered more than I could handle at the time. And now you can go, as these students are doing, and learn about the research of others for free, stuff that was never available before on a free app. And we're hoping to get more and more involvement on this project and projects like this that connect collections across space and get students engaged in processes that develop real skills.
I'd like to re-emphasize that this was Tom's work with middle school students. Something to think about. Maybe we could trickle up. This is a little excerpt from an article written last year, and Brian was interviewed for the article. the line after here, we don't have it, was high praise indeed, but that's okay. We wanted to come back to Brian here and simply ask him, sort of off the cuff, he's asking for more time. The middle schoolers asked, well, if you had one thing, what could you do? Well, we need more time. We just need more time. What would you have done with more time?
Yeah, so the map, that was 7th Street, but another major street during the riots was 14th Street, and I wasn't really able to get to that, so if I had more time, I probably would have done 14th Street, and then also probably would have gone back to the archives, take more pictures, get more information, so I could have more individuals in the spreadsheet and import that. But yeah, that's basically what that was about. And I think, you know, archives learning is just so much more valuable, no offense, but more valuable than textbook learning, because, you know, you're experiencing information firsthand, and primary sources are, you know, usually superior to secondary sources, and you can reach your own conclusions, and you remember and you retain more information once you reach your own conclusions based on the information that's given to you. So I just think archival learning is much more, you know, valuable than textbook.
Anyway, the final challenge then. What if students like Brian had an entire semester? What's your gut reaction is, yeah, but what if we rethink that? I'll ask again. What if students like Brian had an entire semester? Yes, and
I would just add that each of the projects that we've shown you along the way, we've been met with yeah buts. And Patrick and I, are sort of our protocol is we call each other out on that. And we've been very adamant about saying, give me a yes and. So we're asking you to think about that. And you can share that conversation, as the lovely deep voice has been saying on social media. But we just don't yeah but us right now. If that was possible, yes and. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By the way.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are now going to break for lunch. Please feel free to visit the Library of Congress cafeteria on the 6th floor of the Madison Building or any of our several local restaurants. We will be back here starting promptly at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. See you then. And remember to post questions and comments with the AsData hashtag or write to ndi@loc.gov to keep the conversation going. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you again for joining us. We are very pleased to introduce our second keynote speaker, Paul Ford, a journalist, programmer, and co-founder of Postlight, a digital product studio in New York. He is author of What is Code, published in 2015 in Bloomberg Business Week, a breakthrough piece that reveals how computers, applications, and software work. He was also part of Rhizome's 7-on-7 digital art project. Today he's going to show us Unscroll, an approach to making new things from old things. Take it away, Paul.
Hi, am I on? There I am. Hello. Hi, welcome back from lunch. I'll try to keep the energy up. It's good to see everyone. This is a nice crowd for me. This feels like home, just good data nerds everywhere. Let's see, I'm gonna start with a short reading. It's about 2 minutes long. You're gonna wonder why the hell I'm doing this, and later it will become clear. It is the raccoon history of New York City from the perspective of a disgruntled immortal raccoon based on New York Times searches. We have been here longer, I'm a raccoon. We have been here longer than you have. We dipped our paws in the spring on Spring Street. We climbed the trees in the forests of Lower Manhattan. We laughed in the moonlight and ate beautiful dinners of blackberries and ladybugs. And you came and you stayed and you built houses. Fine. We're small. We will make room. You made muffins. We ate the crumbs. Everyone was happy. But not for long because you wanted coats. So we went into exile upstate. For hundreds of years, we kept to ourselves, sneaking garbage at night, the occasional bit of lettuce or baked beans, or on a good night, baked goods. Our fur was always in style, and it was a hard life, but we lived on our love and our wits. And then, in the 1970s, there was a fur boom, and I was sure that was the end of us. But thank God, finally, we went out of fashion. And people began to realize that we, the raccoons, had a right to be there. They stood up for us. In 1982, a meeting was held in Scarsdale. Have we no decency in this town? Asked a lady named Rita. Raccoons are bright, lovable creatures. Do we want our children to walk by their carcasses? No, Rita, we don't. But you see what was happening? We weren't just getting into your garbage. We were getting into your hearts. A word on rabies. Now listen, I'm first to admit that rabies is a problem in our community. But let me tell you a story. It was 1998 in Woodstock, New York. Lots of places sell baked goods there, great town, very open-minded. And we thought we could trust the humans. So this one raccoon, a little guy, had a good thing going with a woman named Barbara. She gave him treats. It was a backyard thing, and you know how those go. But it wasn't enough for Barbara. One day she trapped him and took him, it's tough to talk about this, took him to the local daycare where she introduced this tiny little raccoon to all the children, and the raccoon cuddled with everyone, 14 toddlers, 10 adults. Beautiful, right? But when it turned out that all 24 humans had been exposed to rabies, who was blamed? Not Barbara. Who was shot in cold blood and buried by Barbara's husband? Not Barbara. Who had his little body dug up by the Department of Health? Not Barbara. Let me tell you the name they gave that raccoon. Are you ready? The name the humans gave that raccoon in 1998 was Spartacus. That's the truth. The leader of the slave revolt. You can read it in the article in the paper of record. Who's to blame here? The raccoon doing its best, or the society that only accepts cuteness? Now look, we always wanted to come back to the city. This is our home. In 1984, a single raccoon sighting in Midtown was enough to make the New York Times. And let me ask you, if you don't want raccoons, why would you build an ornamental goldfish pond on 51st Street? By 2002, we'd made it to the Bronx, for real. And over the last 15 years, we found our way back to the city, to all the boroughs. Today, you'll find us everywhere, and we've actually taken over Brooklyn. We've returned. Our trees and streams are gone, but we make the best of what's there. Now, you call us trash pandas. It's doubly insulting. Let me take the second word first. Pandas, overrated. Their ecological niche is 5 inches wide, and if you don't serve them fresh bamboo prepared just so, they fall over and die. Imagine a panda finding its way down the FDR to Midtown. But also that first word, trash. Let me ask, is it so wrong that we want what you throw away, your spare shishitos, risotto dollops, your blue sky bakery muffin chunks? I live from your artisanal leavings. Your trash is my gold. Why not treasure, panda? And remember, we are not your guests. You are the guests of the raccoons. So the reason for that will become clear momentarily. We got through the raccoon portion of the talk. And now I'm going to make some observations about a life spent lived between media and archives, and then do a very brief software demo, like a minute, and then issue some recommendations to the assembled audience, because it's not often that I get you all here together, and I'm kind of excited to tell you what I need and ask for your help. So in 2006, 2005, I was a writer, and I was doing okay, and I got a job at Harper's Magazine in charge of their website. I was also kind of a programmer, just one of those people who did a couple different things kind of poorly. And Harper's, being cheap, was like, well, this'll do, and brought me on. And I'll get a good example of what it was like to work there was the publisher took me aside, and I was like, I think we should put some articles from the magazine on the internet. And his response was, you are like McNamara getting me further into the Vietnam of the World Wide Web. Which literally tells you everything you need to know. And so after there wasn't any Wikipedia, so I just had to like make do with that analogy. And but given no money, given lots of time, and given sort of the resources at hand, I realized this magazine had gone back to 1850. And also, there was this sort of white elephant bibliography that they'd built. They built it during the days when they were going to like make it and then sell terminals to research libraries for tens of thousands of dollars a year so that people could walk to the stacks and go get the magazines off the stacks going back to 1850. And everything was beautiful and sorted with LOC subject headings and on and on. And of course, it had gone terribly over schedule. And so they'd started in like 89 or 90, and now it was 95, and everybody wanted pictures. So now, 10 years later, I show up and I'm like, this thing's great, let's put some pictures with it. And they said, great, we'll give you 18 grand. And that includes your scanner. So I did some experiments. I bought a Fujitsu 5750C, and I scanned the hell out of that archive. And Making of America had gone 1850 to 1900 out of Cornell and other places. So I traded them a hard drive with like Harper's up to 1923. Up to the public domain line, and gave them some bibliographic data. They gave me, it was just this insane horse trading with no money, in which I was doing all the programming, all the scanning, or most of the scanning. I had a high school student who was terrible, actually. I should have just done all of it. And no, it's in the 70s, there's like all these little bad cuts on the spine because he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, got it down to like 7 cents a page. Put it up, and then suddenly everybody was really nice to me. And they'd been yelling at me before. I was a cost center. But what it turns out is that it's very expensive to get someone to subscribe to a magazine, often 20, 30, up to $100 to get somebody to subscribe to a magazine that they might pay $20 for. And the reason that it's worth it to pay that is because advertising is what really funds the publication. And so what I had done, all of a sudden, all these subscriptions came in because people like archives. They don't like them. They liked subscribing, but the idea of getting everything back to 1850 was very motivating. And so suddenly, instead of having to spend $35, you were getting these digital subscribers who were just showing up. And they were really nice to me for a couple of months. They were really happy I was there because I wasn't making them money with the archive, but I was saving them money. And the reason you need to keep your circulation up is that advertisers buy by number, and it's audited. So it's like if you're at $250,000, you have to spend all the money in the world to keep at $250,000, or your whole business model implodes. So that's one big interaction between archives and the media that I can share with you. Also, that whole time I was ashamed because I would go to like the Library of Congress website and other sites which had standards for scanning, and it would be like only 96-bit uncompressed TIFFs are acceptable ever. And I had a couple hard drives and no money. And I was like, I just sort of made a decision that if I could see the grain of the paper, that was okay. But no one backed me up on that. And so I built this archive that was good, that ended up being resold to lots of university libraries and was fine. But the whole time I did it, I was like, I don't know what the right angle of pages is, and I don't know what the tolerances truly are. Because with the standards that are published are incredibly high. They're just, they're not intended for amateurs with no budgets. But that was the real world I was in to get this asset online. Also, I scored a whole copy of the archive from Bennington. Somebody drove down from Vermont in a Toyota and just gave me all of Harper's because they wanted digital access. So that's how that got done, right? It's a completely no grant, no process, no good standards, no clear understanding, and yet it got done. Also, once I got it out there, people immediately came in and started to threaten lawsuits. The number one job of an editor is not to make things beautiful or to make the prose great, it's to avoid litigation. Putting all these things online meant that people who had forgotten about that unfortunate incident in 1995 suddenly were back and were angry that it had found its way onto the web again. So just something worth noting. My microphone is falling off, so we'll see how it goes. And then I left there, worked for a big consulting, or a small media consulting firm that gave me lots of access to big media companies. I built a version of Gourmet magazine for the iPad, which, many things aside, it was based on archives from Gourmet. And I learned a thing that was very important that I will continue to talk about, which is asset panic. Unless you have the assets in your hand, and you can't believe how many people will tell you, like, no worries, I'm going to go get you a hard drive with all that stuff. Don't worry, it's fine. And like 4 months goes by, and they're like, actually, there's 12 lawyers involved now. I don't know how the hell it happened. Old things increase risk in an organization, and APIs and archives are territories. People are very fiercely defendant around them. And so I learned to navigate and deal with that. That's another reality in this world. So that's my advice to anyone if you ever end up in the private sector working on archives. Panic, just constantly, frequently. Never stop panicking until you have full control over all the assets and have them in a digital form that you can manipulate. Then, as mentioned in my intro, very graciously, I wrote this thing a couple years ago called What is Code for Bloomberg Businessweek, and they basically said, here, take the whole issue of the magazine and write about code. Do anything you want, go crazy, have fun. And it was terrifying. Like, they were just literally were like, hey, we're going to give you the whole issue, and I went and hid under a blanket, and my wife laughed at me. And I moaned because I knew that everyone was going to yell at me. There's no way you do something like this and programmers don't come scream at you. But the key thing is that we talk about this and we talk about me, the writer. I did it. 100 people worked on this, like at least. And even more so, I want to come back to this point, but there was a GitHub repository. So after it was published, it went out and people continued to correct it. So probably 200 people had their hands on this thing. And some of their work is tracked, some of it isn't. But what we just do culturally is just like, oh, Paul Ford wrote this thing, which is great for me. I love it. Seriously, like it's fantastic. My ego is constantly gratified, but it's gratified based on lies. So I live with it. I live with it and I do okay. But the writing process is stochastic. It's not this like nice, clear, delineated thing where there's versions and there's just crap flying everywhere and everyone's putting stuff off until the last minute and nobody knows what the hell's going on. Last little stage of my life, I decided I would start a business with a co-founder, a guy named Rich Ziotti, and we're a digital product studio. We build apps and websites in New York City. And I was like, this is it. Done with archives for a while, probably done with the cultural sector. Let's make a little money, go work for banks. But they find you. You can't get away. Archives can't be escaped. I can't even talk about half the work, but like a big NGO came. I'm like on the phone for an hour and a half talking with Nara. And Nara loves conference calls. Like, I don't know if you've ever had that experience, but, so a lot of conference calls, a lot of like what asset goes here and what asset goes there. And so no matter what you do, you deal with archives. And what I realized is that all large software problems kind of are legacy problems, and archive is kind of a nice way to say legacy. Like the cultural sector dealing with big archives is actually not that different from going to some company and they have 5 terabytes of information and user records and all kinds of things that they need to make sense of. So in some ways there, the problem space is kind of similar. So I'm going to do a quick software demo as I now try to take everything I just told you and synthesize it. A couple more things to know about me. I love timelines. Timelines are great. They're beautiful. I don't, many of the speakers have talked about timelines. I'm going to tell you something about timelines. This one's great. Oh yeah, that one is from the Washington Post. This is, wait, where we go? Boop. Oh boy, nothing's going my way. Let me see if I can go backwards. There we go. So timelines are great. Timelines are terrible interfaces, by the way. There we go. This is all humanity. Timelines always seem like a good idea, and I'm now like 5 or 6 years in and I built a bunch, and they never actually solve a problem, but they look cool. Sometimes they kind of do. It hurts. It really stings. I want to believe in timelines so bad, but I can't. I'm also 3 years late in the book. This is just kind of the confession part. Just want to share this with you. Because why would a guy who has a software company and is a writer go and build software? Well, it's because he doesn't want to write something. These are all the things I've done to avoid the book. I agreed to give this talk. That's one. Create experimental websites, learn 2 new computer languages, rented an office. A lot of coffee stuff. Like got into coffee, got out of coffee. I got some cushions, some nice cushions. I bought a whiteboard. I wrote software to manage my anxiety about writing the book. I wrote that Business Week piece. That's actually kind of was supposed to be from the book, but then I did that instead. A lot of Medium posts. Co-founded a company. But there's one in here I wrote and then abandoned this book writing, because when you're supposed to write a book, the first thing you do is write a CMS to manage the book. And so I did this like 3-4 years ago. I wrote this CMS, and I kind of got it like 30, 40, 50% of the way there, and I was like, and then I gave up on that. So I had like 2 things. Have you ever nested your procrastination? It's actually really interesting, because then you're like, do I just stop and finish the book, or should I like back out from to the thing I'm like now so far in? Like, should I clean the office and then finish the CMS and then write the book? So turns out I remain blocked. So, and I'm still blocked. I'm still kind of working through that. There's a third thing that goes into the software demo, which is that media is having a really bad time. Nobody trusts it. It's like 72% of people kind of trust National News Org, but only 20% trust it a lot. And I mean, you saw Rachel here earlier. Like, she's working hard. She's getting a lot of statistics all lined up and working with journalists to try to get things as factual as possible for the New York Times. The people who work in that field are very disciplined and very serious, and it sucks that the world doesn't trust them. Like, it just is sad, and it's tough, and it's bad marketing, and it's bad politics, and it's a situation. And then also, sorry to go back to the Times, but editors and copywriters and fact checkers are getting laid off everywhere. That's just a reality. It's been a reality for 5-10 years now. There's just less and less money for them, less and less money for content production, and so they're going. And then there's a huge discussion around fake news, and that is, I'm not going to recapitulate, you're all living it, but there's this sense of news being arbitrary and journalism being arbitrary. Writers, in my opinion, are learning less and less good practice because they have fewer and fewer people to keep an eye on them. And so my solution to this was to build a timeline, for which I apologize. And it has all the regular timeline things. You give it events, and the events have date stamps on them, and it arranges them, and then here's a little video of those things moving around. And you can click on the date and zoom out and see different contexts. And this is all powered by an API with a nice JavaScript front end. And I knew as I was doing this that timelines aren't the answer, but I couldn't help myself. These are all events from Wikipedia, events from all over, and all kinds of different sources. And so, yeah, I've gone out to the 1800s. You can zoom back in. And then underneath all that, what you can do is just sort of bookmark the events and they kind of go into this pile of stuff on the right. And then you add notes to the bookmarks, and that turns into an essay. So what's nice about that is you're keeping your sources connected to the things that you're writing, and then you can kind of rearrange these little blocks of text. And it looks like it might be easy or not easy. It's actually kind of a great way to write if you are like me and you're getting older and you don't trust your memory as much and you can't count on fact checkers in the way that you used to. It keeps everything you do connected to what you're writing. And so some of those cultural problems that are emerging are very much on my mind. And I feel that a lot of the software, we build CMSs at my company. I built more CMSs than I like to admit in my life. You give people a text box, and then you move on. And I feel that the text boxes need to get smarter. They need to do more work. And so here's an example of how I wrote that raccoon piece. I imported a ton of New York Times and other search results, some of the Cooper Hewitt collection, which actually didn't have a lot of raccoon-based information, but still was cool. Searched for raccoon, and it made a timeline as a result. Looked around, read some raccoon articles, and then started to write factually based, slightly funny raccoon prose. Okay, so that piece exists because I built my system and I wanted to test it out. So that's just something to think about. Like there's some continuity there. So anyway, that's Unscroll. Here's what I have really learned from building that and doing that. I want to get to about 1 terabyte of metadata in that thing. It's probably at like 50, 100 megabytes right now. There's a lot of, maybe a little more if you count images. And I want to get as much cultural information in as events as I possibly can over the next, let's say, year or so. And to be clear, what I showed you, it's a personal side project. I built that thing. I'm using it to write. It actually has really helped unblock me on the book. Because it turns out that there's a great quote from Joyce Carol Oates that writer's block is related to the writer's sense of their own fraudulence. And what this does is it keeps you from feeling like a fraud. You know, you're just like, all right, there's an event. I wrote a little note about it. I wrote another note. And suddenly you're writing an essay. And that is actually very good at taking away the block that you get when you have a pile of books on one side and a blank screen on the other. So this is what the world looks like a little bit around cultural archives that are open and can be imported. You've got, I won't even explain this chart because you all live it, but I've been through all of it. I love XML, I love XSLT, I love RDF, I love CSV, I love UTF-8 data. I don't love web services and SOAP, but like, I'm mixed on METs. But like, there's JSON. This is how stuff comes out. This is what you get today. And it's really freaking hard to work with, all of it. And I've worked with all of it, and I'm good at working with all of it. I'm like 20 years in. I photocopied the SGML ISO standard at a college library after getting it through interlibrary loan, all 900 pages of it, because I saw it as wonderful secret lore when I was 20 years old, which is, that doesn't leave the room. But really? but I mean, I love this stuff, but it's also just kind of increasingly hard it's intractable to work with when you're trying to really explore and understand a data set or import it in bulk into an other view. And so, you know, I'll talk through some of the ones I looked at. Cooper Hewitt, amazing. It's all on GitHub, links to images, fantastic. Actually kind of hard because it's zillions of files. Very hard, you have to import it somewhere and then search through it. Met, giant CSV file, hard to work with. It doesn't directly link to images. It has a sort of interstitial ID. But I need pictures. I love pictures. Everyone who works in media needs pictures to make their thing useful. My timeline kind of sucks and isn't exciting for me to use unless it has pictures. So then am I spidering every web page in order to figure out what the image is? All that sort of stuff comes up because the CSV doesn't include images. This is me, by the way, criticizing the Commons. Just me saying, hey, thanks for all the incredible things you've given me for free and your really hard work. Let me tell you why I hate it. I'm mindful of that. This stuff is a gift. This API is, again, wonderful and terrible. Kind of great to work with, slow, just doesn't always, it's hard to know where you are. This thing is horrible. Just when you get into the XML on this bad boy, it is just an endless nightmare of pain, and there's no way around it. Like, Wikipedia is hard to work with the raw data. There's DBpedia, there's all these other, I mean, there's so many projects to deal with the fact that Wikipedia data is tough to work with that I can't even list them. 25 million MARC records, which thanks, and also thanks. Right, I mean, they're great, and I started messing around with them. I got PyMark, I started fooling around and just like doing everything I could, but they're hard to work with, right? They're from a specific world. Gorgeous API. Chronicling of America actually has one of the nicest designed, commons-driven, like public APIs I've ever seen. Hierarchy is incredibly clear. I want to spider the whole damn thing and just know everything that's in there. And there's no simple way to do that aside from writing a web spider and then sort of mapping it to my schema. And so I think there's this tension going on between archive and access with how things are actually working. And I think that we've cut things up. Like, right now, I think the consensus is a great open API is enough. And for God's sake, it is. Like, it's a wonderful thing. But I'm going to mention something that we don't like to talk about very much in our community, which is relational databases and SQL, which are everywhere. This is the data language of the universe. This is how people store and retrieve data, is through SQL databases. And this little guy, SQLite, is entirely public domain. It's on all of your phones. It's on Android, it's on iOS. It's built in everywhere. It comes as part of Python. It is a 150K SQL database that kind of runs the world, and it's so powerful and unassuming that nobody really talks about it. But if you could start putting all of your data into SQLite databases and making those available, then I could download them and I could start searching and exploring it without having to put it anywhere in like 5 seconds. Like, I could start hacking and messing with public corpora in the time it took to download. Because once you get in and you type SQLite database name, you're good to go. You can even turn on full text search. It's public domain. It's all UTF-8 or UTF-16 by default. Et cetera, et cetera. It actually hits all the sweet spots that we usually talk about. It just doesn't talk about them in the way that we usually talk about them. Also, if you could make them torrentable, my God, that would be great. I know that may be really hard for an organization, a large cultural organization. You could just take your SQLite file. And by the way, I'm not saying get rid of your API. I'm not saying get rid of your CSVs. I'm just saying, like, do this other thing too. Or suggest to someone else, even like me, to go and do it for you. If you point to the thing, if you say like, hey, we didn't do this, but if you want to torrent everything as a SQLite database, go, it's over here, that's fantastic. Like, a little bit of institutional imprimatur, just saying like, that's at least semi-official, is a really, really powerful signal. I can't tell you enough, because there's all these, like Wikipedia is a great example. There's 8 million extracting data from Wikipedia projects. None of them are particularly blessed. I guess there's like Semantic Media Wiki and a few others that have more involvement with the foundation, but you just don't know where to start. And like, if I could just get this, if I can click download the torrent, I will start messing with and incorporating your corpora into my historical writing tool within hours, and I will make sure that every single one of those boxes has a clear link back for accreditation back to your organization. Like, I will absolutely want to do that. If you give me an API or a CSV, you've added sometimes months of work to that process. So again, supplement, not replace. I'm not asking people to replace what they are with this format, but some sort of commons format that I could immediately start manipulating would be fantastic. Leave the original record, even put it into SQLite. Like, you don't have to throw away the past. I know that's really hard to do culturally, to throw away old records. Don't, just leave them there. Assume storage is free, assume bandwidth is free. I can download, I have a 10 terabyte drive at home to work with this. I mean, I spent like $1,000 on a really, really powerful machine, and I have very fast internet, and that's just me at home in Brooklyn. It's not, that's the entirety of money invested into Unscroll so far. And also images, anything you can do to be visual with your corpora, it makes it easier for me to hack with, explore, and put them into other contexts. It's such a powerful signal. And again, yeah, if you can't do, just point, just say like, hey, this looks legit. We're happy that they put it in the SQLite. Good job. Because I know that culturally it can be hard to do new things with your data. So that's my big ask. Going back to where we were, I think there are sort of two main fallacies of archives. The publishers believe they're free content and that you can just sort of use them over and over again and find value in the past that can be easily exposed. It can't, not without a lot of human work, to add context and meaning, which is what everyone who has been up here today has essentially emphasized. It's an unbelievable amount of labor to get value and meaning and news out of archives. I try to correct the publishers on this, and they get really sad. They're like, oh, we want to build an archive of our wonderful publication. And I'm like, well, let me tell you what that will take. And then like 10 minutes later, they asked me to leave the room. The archivist fallacy is a little bit that news is an archive waiting to happen. That's not real either. There's all sorts of things that are going on around how media is produced. And so what I'm trying to do here is just see if software can help resolve that gap. And the number one guinea pig right now for me is me as a writer and a journalist. Supposed to be doing more, well, that's right. Supposed to be doing more work for Business Week right now, and of course I'm procrastinating on that too. But I am using the tool, and it's very productive. I'm going to try to open it really soon. I'm just a little nervous about API security, but and I'm going to, pretty soon I'll have probably a couple million events on it. So, but I think that there's an opportunity for things like this, and this is just a hypothesis. This is not a hill I'm dying on, this product. This is something I really wanted to see in the world, and I wanted to resolve some of my own anxiety about facts and sort of what archives can do. But I think there's, just watching the talks today, there's been 20 different angles on this exact same situation. So, but I could really use the help in just sort of easily importable data. I have lots of ideas for what you can do with your date and time fields, including ones that are, 20 years old in Mark and have lots of ASCII characters in them and are pretty wacky. I totally can help you. Just let me know. I have a strategy. So that's where I'm at, and I just wanted to show that to you. Thank you all very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paul. Next, we have Nick Adams, a sociologist and research fellow at the Berkeley Institute for Data Science. He's going to talk about how social scientists use the congressional record as a data source. Welcome, Nick.
Hello, hello. Let me pull up my slides here. Maybe. This is someone else's laptop, and it's hidden somewhere on here. It's on the bottom. Oh, gosh. Well, open recent. You have very good eyesight, because it's really hard to read these. Let's see. Here it is. Okay. Okay, and then I can do play. Okay. Okay, I'm going to walk off stage. I'm going to walk back on stage. Hello, hello. Library of Congress, archivists, librarians, journalists, data nerds, fellow social scientists and digital humanists. I'm very honored to be here today. This is really exciting for me, kind of a mecca for someone like me. I've done a lot of work with a lot of textual data, and to be able to speak here is truly an honor. For many of us, archives evoke images of old leather-bound books, wafting sweet, acrid odors of oxidizing pulp. And they arouse the excitement of discovering some long-lost history as though it were a buried treasure. But my particular excitement about archives is a bit different. Like all of my fellow scholars, I swoon at the thought of uncovering old worlds in newspapers or policy tracts, meeting minutes, contracts, or even receipts. These are the sort of documents that most people throw away with the recycling. But we really cherish these data as unspoiled records of human behavior. They tell the stories of who we were economically, politically, socially, and culturally. So I want to first say thank you to all the librarians and archivists who make this data available. This really allows us to do our work. And we completely depend on you. So in a way that I can't, because I only have 2 hands, can you all help me give a round of applause to the people that make this happen? A little louder. Oh, no, OK. Maybe I should end there. Some people might be thinking that, I said everything that needs to be said. But like I said, there's a little more, my love for archives is a bit different than typical, because I think archives can be far more powerful than most of my fellow scholars have yet imagined. And I want to show all of you, to the extent I can, how we can bring about a future where archives are used much more often and much more intensively to give us a much deeper understanding of human behavior. So right now, social scientists and digital humanists are at the beginning of what I see as a decade-long process of kind of updating the way we work with documentary evidence. We're learning to read right alongside computers. We're beginning to understand and trust how they can read differently and much faster than we can, and find patterns in minutes that we really couldn't find without months of close reading. So there's a bunch of new computational text analysis approaches that people can use. We can parse sentences by grammar. We can find named entities like people and locations. We can model topics of what people are talking about across documents. We can model networks of individuals and how they relate. And we can even do really kind of seemingly classical qualitative ethnographic research like grounded theory with the assistance of computers. There's so much we can do right now, but these powerful tools require very different ways of organizing collections, and that's what I really want to talk about today. So most of us here are familiar with traditional practices of archiving, the preservation, organization, maintenance, and the careful control and protection of documents. And from the researcher's standpoint, when we want to pull an archive, we consult a librarian who helps us pull the records, and then we look at the documents, usually one document at a time, often wearing gloves or viewing through some pane of glass. And these archives are really helpful. They allow us to ask important, specific questions of specific documents. Questions like, what happened when? Did he or she really say or do that? Who paid whom? And who voted which way on which bill? But all of this kind of research, these questions are all kind of a forensic style of research where we're looking for particular details at a particular date occurring in a particular document. But now we've entered this age of digitalization. So what's new? What's different? Obviously, no archivist or librarian would want me to thumb through their most aged and cherished records at 40 pages per second, applying an array of highlighter colors directly to the collections. I can hear some of you like wincing at the thought. But that sort of thing can really easily be done with digital records. So how is that going to change research, and how are we going to adapt to that? Ooh, exciting. So did we go too fast? We went fast. Oh, there it goes. OK. So there are some digital archiving projects that are really plowing forward. So Chronicling America, a bunch of people have mentioned, is allowing researchers to skim through thousands of newspapers using digital approaches. And in this talk series a while back, Matthew Weber's Archives Unleashed program was discussed. And it's generating valuable findings, hacking away at what he has called well-curated archives. But these are not really the norm. Actually, what's normal is quite a bit different. And as Elizabeth Lorang mentioned during her talk in this series, one of the most prominent challenges cited by respondents in their use of digital collections was the inability to search effectively through the collection materials. And this is really common. To give you an example, the Government Publishing Office. Right, the GPO website has a lot of really impressive holdings describing the activities of our government, the congressional record, hearings, all kinds of votes. And these data are really essential to democracy and to the GPO's mission of keeping America informed. The data are really valuable. They're important. They're totally available to the public, which is great. And they're even digitized in an ideal kind of machine-readable format. Yet, they're extremely difficult to research using the state-of-the-art text analysis techniques that I just discussed. Let me give you a sense of what that looks like. Here's the GPO website. So if I wanted to understand how my congressperson is dealing with science, I could go to a particular Congress. I could go to the House hearings. I could look for the Committee on Science and Technology. And then I could read the text of every last committee hearing and try to follow along with what my congressperson was doing. So we select a file, we read it in a viewer, in this case a web browser, and we view it without touching it, without labeling it, without scribbling on it, and then we have to take our notes in a separate document. So in a lot of ways, even though this text is fully digital, we're still wearing the gloves, we're still looking at a document from behind a pane of glass. Now, to be clear, I don't believe this is the state of affairs because archivists are somehow, overprotective or uninterested or just ornery. I mean, maybe some of you are. But this is a very well-organized set of links that makes perfect sense for a human looking for information about a particular hearing. And we organize our digital records this way, the same way we would organize our physical records, because these systems are so sensible for traditional research and so expedient for archivists' fundamental tasks of preservation and publication. So if we don't want to click and click and click and download each file, what do social scientists want? I know this is the question of Washington, right? Every funding conversation, every policy conversation is, what do the social scientists want? I can dream, I can dream. Well, we want data that are well structured. That's what we want. And I'll have a slide in a moment that kind of lays that out. But let me offer you a sense just through some examples. Perhaps we want to see all the materials in the congressional record, or it could be for any archive. We want to see all the materials that are authored by men or women, or people from this or that geographic region. All instances where someone utters a particular phrase, like interstate commerce, and the date of the utterance. Who said it? The district they represent, if we're looking at the congressional record. Even adjectives that are marshaled to describe particular nouns, like veteran, teacher, doctor, or child. How are these people described? Perhaps I want to assess the comfort of Congress members with the scientific process. So I want to do some sort of search, and this is just a little bit of pseudocode here. I want to see if I can find all instances where people say the word hypothesis, or falsify, correlation, causation, statistical significance. And if I find that, then I want to see the speech displayed along with the idea of the speaker, the identification of the speaker, the party that they're associated with, etc. That would be really nice, and I'd be able to kind of compare across the entire congressional record how people are talking about science. But that's not really what we have right now. That's just not possible on the Government Publishing Office, and those sorts of questions that dig into both the metadata and the content of the text itself are not really possible right now. So we can't search all the text of all the science hearings. We can't easily identify particular speeches and speakers, even though as a reader, if I read through that document, I know when Member Jones is speaking and when Member Smith is speaking. And I can't immediately know the party identification of the person, even though this is really common knowledge. This stuff is not actually connected to the data right there as a researcher when I want to query it. So what do social scientists do with archives like the GPO? Well, the answer is not much, because it's just too hard to look through all that data, one document at a time, or to learn all the skills to figure out how to bring it together so that you can search it the way you want to search it. But I'm here today, that's not the end of the talk either. We don't have to sigh and walk away with our heads held down. I'm here to talk about an effort that's trying to help change that. The Capital Query Project. So a few years ago, I founded the Computational Text Analysis Working Group at UC Berkeley. And a key plank of that group's mission was to not just teach researchers how to fish, but to teach a research team how to whale. No marine mammals have been harmed, just so you know. But to teach a research team how to do the massive amount of work necessary to acquire, clean, process, analyze, interpret, and report on massive textual archives. Now we're partnering with the Goodley Labs and the Social Science Research Council so that we can not only convert the Government Publishing Office data into a queryable record of what Congress is up to, but also so that we can create tutorials showing anyone how to do this for their own digital collections. So I just want to recognize some of my teammates here quickly before I say a little bit more about the project. And any of you could join this slide. We'll talk about that later. So here's the project in pictures. First thing that we're going to do is we're going to gather all the data, all the documents across all those links into one place. And then next, we're finding and labeling structures in the text. So maybe we're looking for particular speech acts or events or locations or ad hoc groups, and we can add that structure to the text through annotations through XML. And then we take the existing structure that was already there with the newly created structure and link it with external data sources that enable us to that enable powerful queries answering questions that we couldn't even ask before. So let me say a little bit about well-structured research-ready data. That's the hard product of this project, is to create a database. And for the record, we should know what well-structured research-ready data looks like. First of all, it should be digital text. It should be machine readable so that a computer can look for different tokens and compare across various different documents. It should be queryable with that token search, but also across a set of documents that the researcher has defined. So if they want everything from Arizona or they want everything from a decade, we should be able to look at that immediately. This is really important, and a lot of people, when they move into a digital archive and then they try to make it public, they make this mistake. It's really important to retain the original structure and formatting of the documents. So I'm going to ding ProQuest here. I don't think anyone's going to be too upset. ProQuest takes the congressional record and they strip it of all the white space, all of the new line characters and the paragraph breaks, and these subheadings that help us read through the document and understand, oh, this is just the table of contents, or this is a portion where they're going to do some pre-matter, but they're not really talking about the hearing yet. So it's important to retain the original structure that the original authors used to keep track of which portions of the text are doing what sort of conceptual work. And then, as much as possible, we want to add in some supplemental and searchable annotations on the text. Things like I said, looking for speech acts or speakers or locations, etc. And finally, we want to be able to link the data to other data that describe the same objects. So that hearing document is going to talk about Congressmember Smith, but there's a lot I know about Congressmember Smith in another database that tells me about her age and her district, the population and demographics of her district, which might actually influence the way she's behaving. So in all of this, we're not just creating a queryable database, but there's a huge learning opportunity here for anyone that wants to take their digital archive and make it more accessible to a larger audience of researchers and the public. So we're going to be creating a kind of a step-by-step how-to guide with tutorial notebooks. We'll be using Jupyter notebooks, which allow us to write in plain English what we're doing right next to a cell that runs executable code. So for all of those of you who are a little afraid of programming, the idea is to take you step-by-step through the process of doing this. So, phase 1, gathering the data together. Phase 2, finding and adding structure to it. And then phase 3, linking it to other useful data. To dig into these a little bit, in phase 1, bringing all your data together, this is just trying to get around pointing, clicking, and downloading 1,000 times. And so we can actually train a computer to do this, or we can train people to tell a computer how to do it. So we'll be training people in these notebooks to use regular expressions, to use XPath so that they can look on a website, and with a web browser automation tool like Selenium, instead of doing all that pointing and clicking yourself, you can have a computer do it for you. Phase 2 is really where we're trying to move from the current state of the art, which is kind of a craft, to a science. Finding structure in texts it takes a lot of working back and forth with the text, knowing what is theoretically important that you're trying to find there, and then using the computer to help you find that structure, to chunk it out, to label it, and to add structure where there wasn't before. So we take people through the very basics of regular expressions and how to use XML, and we show them some of the text analysis techniques that I talked about at the top of the talk. And we are even using crowdsource annotation software called Text Thresher, which is also a technology created by the Goodley Labs. All of these things allow us to get the humans and the computers together working to find that structure in the text. And then in order to do this really efficiently with a programming script, you need to know some basic programming architecture that's not super hard to learn, but we'll teach you. Finally, in phase 3, phase 3 is about linking all of that data. So it's identifying relevant data sources, effectively structuring your database so that you're anticipating the queries of the research community, and you're also reducing redundancies in the data storage. Paul, who spoke just before me, really kind of set this up. If we can use SQL and relational databases, we can compute much more quickly over some of this sort of multi-layered structured text. So to close, really, I just want to ask you all to get research ready. We'll be pushing some of this out in November, and we're hoping that people will give us feedback and let us know, like, your phase 1 tutorials were great. Your phase 2 tutorials were quite confusing, and you need to go back to the drawing board. We're really looking for engagement from the Library of Congress and any libraries or archives or researchers who are interested in getting in on this. And I don't know if they cut me off, but it seems they cut me off. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So if you like to join in this effort or follow along, here are some links. What I was going to show you, if I could, is that the entire project is completely open. It's to the public. You can go to the Open Society Framework that's hosted by the Center for Open Science, and you can watch and follow along with our project. If you want to jump in, you can actually go to our GitHub page and just start doing pull requests. That would be exciting, although feel free to contact us first, and maybe we can lead you to the work that's most pressing at the moment. But I really appreciate everything that everyone in this room is doing, and I'm really looking forward to getting to this kind of blue sky space in the future. So help us out as you can. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Nick. Next we have Tahir Hemphill, an award-winning multimedia artist working in the areas of interdisciplinary collaboration, thought, and research. He's planned business strategy in the entertainment, advertising, and nonprofit industries. He also produces art and media arts education programs and manages the Rap Research Lab. He's going to share a story about how visualizing rap lyrics helps to teach data literacy to high school students. Tahir, you're up.
Hey.
How about a round for Tahir?
So I have a request. Can you cut all audio to my presentation? I know it's a little ironic, but. So my name is Tahir Hemphill. I am an artist, educator, radical archivist, and a creative technologist. And I'm going to talk about my projects at the Rap Research Lab. So my practice investigates the role that systems play in the generation of form, and also the role that collaborative knowledge production plays in the resilience of communities. So the slides that I'm going to go through today will fit in those two areas. So the system that I developed, the one system that I developed, is the Rap Almanac. And it's online searchable database, and it contains the natural language processing of tons of hip-hop songs. Right now, there are about 25, 30 artists, about 250,000 songs, and this is some of the data and analytics associated with the songs. So in a database, we have artist name, song title, the album title, geolocation, everything is geotagged, and there's release dates for all of the songs. And some of the syntax analysis is the word count, reading level, rhyme density, and this rhyme analysis that will tell you if what you're reading is a perfect rhyme. And it also tells you where the rhymes fit within the lines. And the sentiment analysis covers sentiment, keyword, people, and places. And this is what a search in the database looks like. In this case, the user typed in power. And then you get back this wall of data. Song title, album title, and then you can add these advanced search options. In this case, they're adding sentiment and people, syllables per word, and redoing the search. And then the most exciting part about this, well, besides the YouTube view, is the fact that you can press a button and get a machine-readable output and a human-readable output. So you can export to CSV and export to JSON. And it took a long time to get to that point. It seems really small, but I was ecstatic when we got to that point. So what the database gives us is a new context for hip-hop, right? So there's content, there's a location tagged to the content, and there's a time. So for every utterance in hip-hop, there's a time and a place on earth. You can do, in that example, a search for power and find every rapper that rapped about power, where in the world they rapped about power, when they rapped about power, in the context. So it's a big data rap project. So I'm going to go through a few slides of examples of visualization. So one of the first things I did immediately was to just dump all of this in Google Earth. And what you're looking at is, well, what you just saw was Staten Island rappers. And now you're looking at Brooklyn rappers, and then Queens rappers. So the project maps the geography of the language in hip hop. So you can find out how slang travels, where slang originates, how it travels, how each region influences other regions. And that could be done for slang, that could be done for politics, that could be done for many other things. Another data viz, the early data viz that I worked on, looked at champagne brand mentions in hip hop from 1980 to 2010. And of course, it's like, it's quaint, it's funny. Like there's we all have an image of rappers and champagne use, right? But if you also look at that image that we get from music videos, but if you also look at champagne as an aspirational product and times for champagne use that are tied to expressions of celebration or expressions of wealth, or the fact that you want to pretend like you have wealth, then you can dig deeper into the cultural meanings of champagne and rap. This is a network graph that I made that looks at contemporary and modern painters that are mentioned in rap. And Jean-Michel Basquiat became really popular recently, and it's called Picasso Baby. And again, it shows these connections, this different context between rap lyrics and culture. And a project that I made last year is called Spotify City, and it deals with virtuality. So I had a residency at Spotify, and what I did was look at the content of the streams as a representation of a listener's aspirations and desires, as revealed through the music that they listen to. So the idea is that if you're driving to work or on your way to work, you're probably not listening to a song about being at work. You're listening to a song about being somewhere else at work, and how do we extract that virtuality from streams? This is a light pen drawing made from a 20-foot tall industrial robot. So using the semantic analysis, I extracted the locations that were mentioned in 12 rappers' bodies of work, from their first song to the last song, and through, I think it was like a 14-step process, sent these codes to a robot arm and put a light pin in the robot arm's hand and had the robot arm trace the locations around the globe. In this case, it's Kanye West. This is a digital model of the same thing that we are developing into a VR educational piece. So the green paths are the paths that the rappers, the green paths are the paths that the rap travels. And I wasn't satisfied with just two-dimensional, or I was satisfied with two-dimensional representation. So, so I'm also producing data sculpture of this work. And this is the suite of all 12 rappers. And a lot of this work is going to be exhibited. I'm having a solo show at CCA in September. Everyone here is invited to. And I'm going to present this work. So the project visualizes hip-hop lyrics as a cultural indicator. I mean, you can imagine overlaying data sets, health data sets, crime statistic data sets, education data sets, down to a county level, and overlaying those with this data set. And this is data prawn. This is the analysis of the semantic analysis of Drake's entire body of work being processed. Cool, but data needs memory, right? It's nice to have pages and pages of data, you know, whether it's machine readable or human readable. But in order to tell a story with data, you kind of need an experience tied to it to bring it to life. And it was this question and these types of questions that made me start the Rap Research Lab, and especially like this question: should a culture own its own data? Like, who is responsible for protecting this data? Who is responsible for telling the stories about this data? Who is responsible for checking the stories told about this cultural data? And even when technological development advances its workers into exciting new spaces of creative inquiry, the opportunity to challenge traditional modes of hierarchy is often missed. And most of the time, if there's a new space open in science, we bring our same biases to these open spaces. Instead of trying to do something new or imagining something new, we just port our old stuff to the new spaces. So in the age of big data, normative narratives around hip-hop reproduce stereotypes. And also that, for me, that also extends to the singularity and artificial intelligence. Like, you know, the singularity in a way is a colonizing process. It ignores what happens on the sides and just focuses on what works for the system. So I founded the Rap Research Lab to have a space and to invite people to talk about these questions, explore these questions, and grapple with these questions. And the Rap Research Lab is a creative technology studio, and we explore rap as a cultural indicator through educational, editorial, and creative interrogations. I'm going to read a bit. And like, we are a team of researchers, radical educators, technologists, and artists who use rap as text through which to better understand popular and youth culture. We explore questions of social justice and facilitate resilience through community data projects. And we design projects and ask questions both collaboratively and individually that challenge notions of ownership and agency in these spaces. So just a few axioms, rules off the top that we believe at the Rap Research Lab. One is rap is the most influential global and youth art form, period. According to a Spotify analysis of 20 billion streamed songs back in 2015, rap is the most popular, most listened to genre in the world. According to a recent study, rap is more popular than rock, but we already knew that. I mean, rap has more words. Another axiom is hip-hop isn't rap, graffiti, DJing, and breakdancing. Hip-hop created rap, graffiti, DJing, and breakdancing. So in the beginning, there was a DJ. There were no hip-hop records. So Kool Herc playing in 1973 in the Bronx, you know, that's cited as the first hip-hop party. There were no rap records. There were no hip-hop records. There were soul records. There were funk records. There were blues records. There were rock records. But what was hip-hop was the way he played those records. So hip-hop is a framework, and the framework in which he played those records. And this is a quote from my colleague David Goldberg. This framework is helpful. In a fragmented world, hip-hop is an effective approach to problem solving, especially when your future depends on rising from the ruins of inherited mistakes. So because of this framework, we decided to teach. And this is a map of our curriculum and our lesson plans. And we start with an introduction, you know, the history of the technology, the history of the culture. And then we teach the students how to roadmap their research. So we teach them how to ask questions, how to formulate good research questions. And then we have a content coding exercise where we do close readings of the lyrics and content code them. This is analog. We also have a digital version. And then we teach the students how to conduct a search, how to use the tools. And then we deal with data bias, like their own implicit bias and then external bias. So how did they collect the data? What did they leave out? What was left out in the initial process of the data that they collected? And how things fall off along the way. And then we have some mapping lessons and visualization lessons. So I'm going to read again. So the methodologies in this framework, we invite participants to engage critically with cultural research, data collection, data ethics, implicit bias, data bias, and storytelling, right? And these are elements that ultimately empower the critical thinking and decision-making that leads a citizen to become more capable of establishing informed positions. This outcome not only influences behavioral change, but is a precursor to developing and deploying a healthy democracy, especially in this post-truth era. So we're dealing with data literacy, media literacy, and actually listening to rap and having fun doing it. I'm making it sound so boring. But it's really cool. So the next 3 slides. So in terms of development and process, we took it, we piloted a few years ago, then we scaled up. I invited teachers to produce the curriculum with me, and then the third phase was the spread. So this is my one-room schoolhouse in the Bronx, South Bronx. And down on the bottom right, this is a design sprint that we had where we invited educators in to test our curriculum. And on the top right is actually the graduation day, where I invited some of my colleagues in the art and tech world to come and give critique and support to the students. Top left, that's a picture of me waxing poetic. And on the bottom left is one of our content coding exercises, where we ask the students to identify, in this case, 5 themes that they think they'll find in the music. In this case, it was body, sexuality, and then achievements, and then relationships, love, family, and then conflict and origins, politics. And then we give them text, and then we ask them to content code. So every time they see one of these themes, they tag it in the text. And that's the analog process that helps build algorithmic thinking, and then it's also modeled in a digital process. And this is the scale. This is when we scaled up. And these are some of the workshops we did in collaboration with the Parks Department, IBEAM, and Hive, Mozilla, and Creative Capital. And then the last phase, what we just finished last year, was a spread where we took our curriculum and we trained New York City Parks Department educators to implement our curriculum in 10 locations in 5 boroughs for 9 months around New York City. And it was a trip. It was a trip to see students study me and my process on their screen. But it was exciting to see that this process could be spread and scaled, so I wouldn't have to be the only one standing in front of the classroom. And these are some of the, I'm going to look at show you 2 student projects. So we have a student research page. And one student, Gabriel, he was interested in doing research on the N-word in hip-hop, in all of hip-hop. And he quickly realized that was too much data for him to process, right? So he was kind of bummed out, and I was like, so what do you want to do? And then he realized in his research that there was one artist that had a song where he mentions the N-word like almost 200 times. So he decides to focus on that artist and content code all of his songs through a lens of this dictionary of slang that gives 7 or 8, that gives 8 meanings of the N-word. So what you're seeing is a digital content coding project from Gabriel. So these are the songs on this drop-down menu, and on the right, these are the different descriptions. So a close friend, the Black experience, just a generic term, someone's lover, someone that's rebellious, something that's disrespectful, something that's negative, and also just a filler, just to, to fill sonic space. This is a project by Emmanuel, who was reading some of the articles about rappers and raps that were being used as testimony in court. And he wanted to investigate the differences, or whether or not there was a difference between crimes that were rapped about and actually crimes that were happening. So this is a map that he made. And you can see that there's, correlation and cause aren't, aren't tied, but there's a difference. So when crime is down, basically, crime raps are high. And I'm going to close with this one quote by DJ Premier, and he's talking about producing Jay-Z's Reasonable Doubt album, his first album. And he says basically one thing he loves about hip-hop is that you have to understand how to listen to it. Just because Jay-Z is speaking English doesn't mean you understand what he's saying. So, and that's the reason for the Rap Research Lab, to do a deep dive into and decoding the most popular art form in the world. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tahir. Our final speaker before break is Geoff Haines-Stiles, who has worked on innovative science media project since 1978, when he was series director and senior producer for Carl Sagan's landmark and Emmy-winning Cosmos series. He's here today to talk about the crowd and the cloud and how citizen science has revolutionized scientific data. Science by, for, and with the people, how citizen science and mobile tech have revolutionized the collection, sharing, and use of scientific data. Geoff, take it away.
Thanks, Voice of God. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I was going to say, interactive guide. It's even better. I was going to say, and now for something completely different, but every single talk has been completely different, so I won't say, and now for something completely different. But thanks to the Library of Congress for inviting us all along today, and I've got some references from what we saw yesterday that actually tie into some of the themes of this talk. I've been a science producer since 1980. It's taken me to the ends of the Earth, which is fortunate because in the Antarctic they give you helmets that cover your bald spots, so everything is good. I'm here today to talk about the crowd and the cloud. My collaborators on that project are Walid Abdullati, former NASA chief scientist. You'll see him in a video clip in a moment. And my collaborator in life and work, Erna Akugino, who's in the front there. Thank you, Erna. Recent grandmother. Congratulations. And see, the Library of Congress congratulates you as well. Isn't this great? As was said, I've had a great time working with some of the most celebrated scientists in the country, and also comedians like Lily Tomlin. What I hadn't been aware of until I was walking around yesterday is that the Library of Congress actually has a great collection of Alan Lomax's memorabilia. I worked with him on a series called American Patchwork about roots music. The Crowd and the Cloud, funded by the National Science Foundation, is designed to increase the visibility, credibility, and participation in citizen science. Now, how many people in the audience could define citizen science at a cocktail party? It's about 5 or 6 people out of a couple of hundred. So that's one of the reasons that we decided that we should try and do this series. Citizen science is definitely a coming trend. You'll hear from some of the citizen scientists yourselves. These are some of the words that have been used to define citizen science over the past few years. You'll see cyber is in a lot of them. A lot of them have natural history environments as part of the subject matter. One of my favorite ones is Nerds for Nature, and there's actually a citizen science project called Nerds for Nature. Another way of saying that, however, would be science for, by, for, and with the people that you may notice comes from the Gettysburg Address, and again, Lincoln is a great presence in the Library of Congress, so I was pleased to find that out yesterday. We've created 4 one-hour programs that debuted on public television this last spring. I'm going to show you a large number of video clips, which accounts for me trying to talk rather fast. Crowdandcloud.org is where you can find all the programs streaming in real time, if what we show you is of interest. Our premise is to try and turn viewers into doers, not just to have a good time watching a TV show, but actually to be encouraged to become part of the citizen science movement. And it wouldn't be possible without collaboration with a number of government agencies and NGOs and citizen science projects. So, this is how we begin the series, and it's how we begin this presentation.
The Crowd and the Cloud is made possible by NSF, the National Science Foundation, where discoveries begin.
This is today's citizen science.
Level 7.
People pursuing their passions, and at the same time generating data that's useful for research.
I love surfing, I love science, and I get to go surfing for science.
Technology is a way to really get people outside and to look more carefully at the natural world.
There are now more mobile phones on Earth than people on our planet, and new technologies can help solve major challenges.
Every single data point has a human story.
Now communities can use science to tackle local problems.
The state doesn't come out and say, you gotta clean this up. So we started the Bucket Brigade.
They're linking sensors and citizens to find solutions.
I'm learning about toxins. I'm learning how to teach other people to do what I do so they can do it for themselves.
Asthma is a lonely disease. The propeller sensors are going to revolutionize the asthma treatment.
Collaborating via the cloud, the crowd can save time, save money, and save lives. We're surely smarter together. I'm Walid Abdullati, host of The Crowd and the Cloud. I've studied Earth's ice sheets from satellites and aircraft, and I was NASA chief scientist at the time when Curiosity landed on Mars. So I know big data and big science. But I'm also convinced that citizen-generated data has an important role. No longer is science something only done by professionals in labs. No more is data just the property of corporations and government.
For years, you've watched science on public television. Now, you're invited to do science.
Well, I hope you could see we've got a wide variety of projects that we feature in the series and a wide variety of folks who are involved. Citizen science actually has a long history. The background here is Thomas Jefferson's weather records dating back to the 1770s. And today's citizen scientists looking at weather, 20,000 observers are recording daily precipitation measurements, including one, at least it was there, on the left-hand side, a rain gauge in Michelle Obama's vegetable garden. So these are contributing data that the National Weather Service uses to update flash flood warnings. History of the Christmas bird count goes back to 1900. It's one of the longest running citizen science projects in the United States. But contemporary citizen science also includes the maker movement, millennials, folks like the people that are part of Public Lab. And this is a gratuitous shot just because it makes me think of Arcade Fire on tour, but these are actually citizen scientists flying balloons underneath kites to document the BP oil spill off the Deepwater Horizon. Contemporary citizen science also includes putting sensors, microscopic sensors on surfboard fins to look at ocean acidification and sea surface temperature. So as we said, a great variety. Trying to tie my presentation to the themes of this conference, I'm going to talk about three different kinds of data collection and sharing. In some cases, it's a question of data that's putting communities on the map and helping to solve problems, and that's what this next little clip is about, the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. It was founded to look at truck routes going through West Oakland and how truck routes were corresponding to asthma attacks in senior citizen centers and daycare centers. They managed to get the truck routes that you saw in red replaced by the truck routes in green by going out and counting trucks, not counting birds, counting trucks and then going to city government to get them to move the truck routes away from the most heavily populated areas. They've continued their work reaching out to kids, trying to get kids excited about the new generation of sensors, and this next little clip shows how excited the teens, like in the project that Tom and Patrick showed you, get when they're doing authentic research. In this case, it's not an archive. They're using their environment, their community, as the source of data.
When the students have been able to go out and walk around the community and collect data and then observe things, they understand the correlation between the data and the sources of the pollution that they're interested in.
This is called the dust tracker. It measures how much dust and particulate matter there is in the air. Particulate matter is the little dust particles that we can't see. The more cars pass by, the more particulate matter there is, and the less cars that pass by, the less there are.
So the air filter in there's a cartridge. We could send that out and test particulates. And they found that it's different kinds of metals, and most of those things are from the brakes, from the wheels, and from the tracks. So if you think about metal, you're breathing in bits of metal.
Especially like the police officers that have to be down here all the time, like the security guards.
Yeah. Because of the low-cost sensors available in the smartphones or other devices, the students can collect data and immediately begin interpreting them.
In December 2015, some of the students presented their findings at the American Geophysical Union, which is one of the largest and busiest gatherings of professional Earth and space scientists.
I mean, coming to AGU, like that's amazing. Like I didn't really realize how big of a deal it was until I started looking into it. We have something to bring to the table too, just us high school students, and people want to hear what we have to say.
Yeah.
It's kind of exciting.
Yeah.
Like, what I'm doing like really matters.
It does matter.
Yeah.
It does matter.
It gives us hope. Like we might change something. You know, make a change to BART.
We sometimes frighten the statisticians because they would prefer to have a little bit of perfectly pristine, absolutely, 100% data from $1 million machine. And we're saying, no, let's take this, $200 machine and start making decisions based on it. But the notion is that if you had, $1 million machine, you can do so much with that. But if you have $1 million $100 machines, all spewing data into the cloud, turning it back to us as in a direct feedback loop, then we start to adjust behavior immediately.
So the second category of citizen science I'm going to talk about is where there is no data, where there seem to be no agencies that are involved in gathering the data as you might expect and sharing that. This is an example from the second program, which is called Citizens Plus Scientists, of where a concerned citizen, Deb, you'll see her in the piece, but because it's an edited segment, it doesn't have the name supers, that's why the names are here at the beginning, was concerned about air pollution in her area resulting from oil and gas development. She went to an NGO, Denny Larson's Bucket Brigade, captured data, and you'll see a little bit about how data is captured, and then shared that through the peer review process with a big result in terms of state policy. So it goes all the way from data collection to social good, socially beneficial results.
It took right at 100 double semi-loads to get the rig in. It was a triple rig. You know, the traffic went from maybe 3 or 4 cars a week to like 50 a day. Tons of dust on this county road. They'd flare for months. They'd light the flare and the whole creek bottom would shake. And so our house would just shake. Lots of noise. All the wildlife just took off. There were spills and leaks, and nobody cleans it up. Nobody says anything or does anything. There's no oversight. The state doesn't come out and say, you gotta clean this up. It's left to the people who are living there.
The first thing that happens is the sites are selected. The citizen scientists are trained on site by ourselves. They've got a set number of samples that they can take. So the samples are taken, literally taking, a plastic bucket and putting some stainless steel on it that will hold the sample bag. It's like a lung. So the bucket is the body, the bag is the lung, and then there's a pump which serves as your diaphragm, which pumps the air out, creating negative pressure, opening the bag and bringing in air so it can be sealed and sent to the lab for testing. And they process it immediately.
Bucket Brigade techniques have been reviewed by the EPA and have been found to be useful in capturing data where government sensors are lacking.
I was shocked. I didn't think we'd find much, and we found emissions off the freaking charts.
We found that many of the samples exceeded those standards. Some for benzene were something like 10,000 times above the standard.
Many of the toxic chemicals that are known to cause cancer that we found in this report were, in some cases, hundreds, in other cases, thousands, and in one case, 22 million times over the EPA cancer risk.
These are enormous releases. Many of these compounds are neurotoxins. At high concentrations, they can actually cause coma, but at lower concentrations, they tend to reduce brain function. The long-term effects, the biggest one is cancer, because several of these are known human carcinogens.
So when we started doing the Bucket Brigade, this 5-6 state Bucket Brigade, we didn't intend on doing the peer-reviewed article. We were just going to do the report.
I became involved in the fracking study when the groups that had coordinated the community-based activities approached me for assistance doing the statistical analysis of the data, writing up the publication, and getting it published in a peer-reviewed journal. And whenever there is this kind of study, having a peer-reviewed publication is sort of the good housekeeping seal of legitimacy for a study.
What happens with citizen science is everybody disses it. So the peer-reviewed article was extremely important because it gave validity to citizen science.
I think that's why we got taken so seriously. That a journal article had been published, and this is what academics, scientists, and doctors were saying about the extreme hazard from oil and gas development. And there was widespread coverage across the US and actually globally of both the peer-reviewed study and the report, and it had a major impact.
I think the greatest influence from the warning signs report was for the ban in New York.
Our fracking study was waived by the Commissioner of Health when he made the announcement that the governor of New York was banning fracking.
So the last genre of citizen science I'm going to talk about is really more like crowdsourcing. And this is where there's so much data, rather than the lack of data in the case of fracking or the public lab work with BP, the Deepwater Horizon. there is so much data coming out of a research lab that you can crowdsource it much faster than the work could be done by researchers themselves. So this story is about the folks up at Cornell who are looking to see if they can figure out the causes of Alzheimer's. They think it's reduced blood flow in the brain. They experiment on mice. They take videos of mouse brains, and they then have the problem that it takes them a week to capture the data, but a year to analyze it. So they've turned to the crowd. They've borrowed from or adapted examples from successful gamified citizen science projects, including the NASA Stardust mission, where 30,000 people playing a game were essentially able to find traces of interstellar particles, and EyeWire, which is looking at neurons in the brain. Putting this together, they were able to borrow from all of the lessons of web games in terms of having leaderboards, competition, fighting to have your name up there at the top of the leaderboard. And this is how a citizen science project was demoed in a retirement community in Florida playing the stall catchers game. You can see the excitement that these senior citizens got from trying to help speed up Alzheimer's research.
In late 2016, Eyes on Owls released its Stall Catchers game based on the Stardust interface. The public was invited to help crowdsource the analysis of blocked blood vessels. Some of the first players were in Central Florida. They were retirees who'd chosen the warm climate and a community with plenty to do.
How many of you have family, friends, somebody close to you that either has or did have Alzheimer's, or you have it? Just about everybody, huh? If only the scientists work on it, it might take as much as 30 years. And for most of us, it's not going to be a big benefit. This is what the game looks like. And you can get it on your phone, your tablet, your laptop.
Does the game change every day?
Yes, yes, they keep going. They keep putting you through. They've taken all... What do you think?
Oh, yeah.
How many think that it's flowing? How many think it's stalled? Shall we find out? Yes. We'll try stalled then. Okay? Correct. And I got 402 points. Thank you very much. There we go. We're climbing. We're climbing. Every time we find a stalled one that is really stalled, we are helping big time.
One of the things I like about this research is that we can help my mother's generation, but I'm 64, and you know, while I want to help my mom, this is going to help, I call kids my age.
Eyes on Owls will keep on refining its gameplay interface, but its greatest impact on Alzheimer's research will come from the limitless power of the crowd.
So one of the common questions about citizen science is the data quality reliable enough? And the folks behind the Eyes on Owls project worked on that, and they have been able to find that relative to laboratory-grade research, the crowd is doing very well. Originally, they thought they would have to have 20 members of the crowd to validate each result. They've now gone down to 7 to 8 people looking at each piece of data to get quality results. So data quality is often raised about citizen science. The quality of many citizen science projects has been demonstrated in statistics that I think any of you would find convincing. Well, our series was on the air back in April and May, and PBS stations will be rerunning it on into the next couple of years. But just last weekend, we did a global catch-a-thon, modeled on the sort of OpenStreetMap mapathons, in which you give people pizza, have them get together to do a mapping of streets. This time, Eyes on Owls coordinated a global effort, 22 teams in 6 different continents, on 6 different continents, playing a game within an hour to see who could actually code the largest number of stalls. And you can see some of the people there: Guatemala, El Salvador, Chile, China, Brazil, all around the world. People were online playing this game, and we did a live Zoom hangout to document that. The winners were actually down in Chile. You can see that they annotated 1,955 examples of brain science, and then they celebrated, and everybody got to share in that. Citizen science has in fact become a global phenomenon, with citizen science associations in Australia and also in Europe being very strong. Some of the apps developed in Spain are actually now being used here in the United States as well. This is called Mosquito Alert, with the concern about Zika. Anything that citizens can do to report the areas in which there is a breeding site for mosquitoes is very important. This little video just shows you that these are the sites of traditional locations of live traps, but they're fairly limited. This is the number of citizen science reports that came in Spain. So my time is up. Coffee break is looming. I'm going to just zip over the next few things, just to say that there is an NSF project using $6 microscopes to attach to the smartphones that are also part of today's citizen science revolution. And that's, I'm skipping over that, and ending here. But it's using the tools of science, it's generating data from the environment, analyzing it, collaborating with scientists, and then delivering back solutions that work. So citizens plus sensors working for solutions, that's a pretty good summary of what today's citizen science is. And Erna and I would be happy to talk to anybody over the break about any of the things we've just said. So thanks very much, Library of Congress, for putting this on. Delighted to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Geoff. We are now going to break for 15 minutes, and we're going to start at approximately 3:51. So go take the moments to get some coffee or tea, and we look forward to seeing you back. Feel free to engage with the #AsData hashtag throughout the break. And for those tuning into the live stream, we will be back at about 3:51 Eastern Time.
no. There you go. Okay, so this.
Once I see it,
Right.
that's
Right.
and that's what I use to just walk around. Well,
Right.
not much
They
time.
both work.
Right.
But this will give you the ability to go,
Okay.
and you can see it on that screen.
Thank you. This should allow me to play my own sounds.
Oh, perfect. So you
but,
won't have to
but I won't have to.
call the home.
But it's loaded somewhere else, right?
Yeah, he has all of them controlled back there.
Yeah.
There's a computer that's underneath.
In case
his
this
leg.
doesn't work, and I just say, can you play the first,
Yeah,
second,
it'll be
and
a
third? Okay.
Yeah, and we checked this out yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
So we just chill back there and just let it out.
Okay.
We'll get here. This is for somebody else.
Well, you understand how to tap back and forth between things, right? So that just sucks. That's right. And then I don't know if you're familiar with the new MacBook Pro. Like that's constant contextual buttons pop up here. So if you don't see what you expect to find, it'll be there. Okay. You also see the slides here. Yeah. So when this comes up, you can see your slides.
Welcome back, everyone. While we're getting some tech sorted for the final session, we'd like to thank you for joining us today. A few weeks ago, we made a public call for researchers, librarians, and technologists to share how they are applying the collections as data concept to their work. Each of these speakers will have 5 minutes throughout this session to talk about their projects. We will hear from Stephen Weinberger, Chelsea Stieber, Kevin Schlottman, Ascension Mazuela Anguita, Ed Summers, Paul Farber, Jared Nielsen, and William Furster. And we, of course, remind you to join in with the hashtag #AsData. And if you are listening or watching in live stream land, we'd love to know where you are physically. And there might be a prize for whoever is the furthest from Washington, D.C. Stephen.
Hi. I'm Stephen Weinberger. I'm the Director of Linguistics at George Mason University. I'm a phonologist by training. And I study speech accents, and we've put together a little speech accent database at George Mason University. So how did this begin? How did this begin? In 1999, I gave an assignment to my phonetics class, and they're interested in teaching ESL. And so they went out and recorded non-native speakers, and they used all sorts of magnetic tape and different kinds of tape recorders, and we systematized it and put it on the web. And it's been on the web since 1999. In 2002, it was picked up and is now hosted by the Roy Rosenzweig Center for History and New Media at George Mason. We want to thank them for keeping it up. What's the purpose of this archive? To demystify and to scientifically study speech accents, English accents, by the way. And the database continues to expand. The corpus has currently today it has 2399 samples. 310 native language backgrounds from ASL to Zulu. 175 countries are represented. There's 165,460 words at the moment. It's used by a variety of visitors like linguists, ESL teachers, engineers, speech pathologists, actors, and most of the time, people doing drinking games. These are all the languages that are represented. Language backgrounds. Everyone is reading the same English paragraph. That's what makes the archive a bit unique. The architecture includes an elicitation paragraph, audio sample. Oh, I can look down here. Some demographic information about each speaker, maps of locations, phonetic transcriptions, which I'll show you an example of in a moment, phonological speech patterns, like what makes a German speaker different from a Zulu speaker of English, segment inventories of each of the native languages, and it also has the opportunity for remote researchers to send in accents from all over the world. And it has a search facility. There's 69 words in the elicitation paragraph. It's the famous "Please call Stella" paragraph. Famous to me, at least. That's the whole paragraph. Everyone reads it. We have a strict recording protocol. It's CD quality, and we reduce it to MP3 128 bits. And let's see if this will work for you. You can listen to some of these things. Everyone recognizes an accent as soon as they hear it. Tell me if you think this is a non-native.
Please call Stillo.
Can we turn it up a little bit? I'll do it again.
Please call Stillo.
Please call Stella.
Can you hear all that?
Please call Stella.
Anyway, those are three non-natives. Can you guess the languages? No. The first one's Amharic, the second one is Mandarin Chinese, and the third one is Russian. You can listen to them on your own at another point on the archive. The speaker demographics come like this. We ask them their native language. Of course, there are 310 of them at the moment. It's linked to an ethnologue code. We ask what other languages they know. Residency includes place of birth, English language residence, length of English residency, the gender of the individual, the age of the individual, the English onset age, and the learning style. Everyone's asked the same 7 questions. So this is all searchable information, and there's room for some notes. Here is the paragraph, transcribed with our funny phonetic alphabet that linguists use. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this. Let's see. This is
Please call Stella. Ask her to bring these things with her from the store. 6 spoons of fresh snow peas, 5 thick slabs of blue cheese, and maybe a snack for her brother Bob. We also need a small plastic snake.
So you can listen to all that, and I'm sure you were able to follow along with the phonetics that we wrote there for you. The phonetic inventories that are included in the archive for each of the languages, at least 210 of them, are given in some form like this. They're all uniform, and you can compare Vietnamese to English and find out why a Vietnamese speaker is doing what she's doing when she speaks English, or why a German speaker does what she does when she speaks English. And the search facility looks something like this. You can do pointed searches on all the data on the archive. So for research, the data is freely available. It has a uniform, it's uniform so that you can use it to compare one accent to another, because everyone's reading the same thing. It's turning into a massive database, so a lot of speech engineers are asking for it to use to train their machines to understand speech. And we are now understanding with the archive a little better what it means to have an accent, what it means to scientifically study an accent, and what affects an accent. Some of the most crucial factors involved in accent are listed right there. What your native language is, when you began to learn English or study English, your length of residence and where, and your learning style. And it's quite useful. Thank you. I think I made it within 5 minutes.
Is this thing on? Yes, here we go. All right. Hi, my name is Chelsea Stieber, and I'm going to be talking to you today about Caribbean periodicals. Just to introduce myself, I'm a Kluge Fellow at the Kluge Center here at the Library of Congress, and in my other life, I am a professor at the Catholic University of America, assistant professor in French and Francophone studies. So yes, I'm going to be talking to you about periodicals and the catalog, more specifically about a project I'm developing here with a group of scholars on a specific Haitian periodical, the Journal of the Haitian Society of History, Geography, and Geology. So every good digital humanities project has a problem and a solution. So I'll present those here in the short time I have. So this journal is Haiti's most significant social science journal of the 20th century. It's actually still around. It was founded in 1923. That's almost 100 years of scholarship. Over 250 issues. It's the most important repository of locally produced knowledge and of academic and social science research coming out of Haiti. And yet, and here's the problem, US and really North American and North Atlantic academics don't cite it. They don't use it. It's really rarely used and read, and it's not part of sort of our academic discourse. And so the question is why? And there are a lot of reasons why that I certainly don't have the time to get into here, and that would take us hours and hours to discuss. But there is one really interesting reason why, and it's something I discovered while doing my research here at the library, and that is specifically how periodicals exist in the library space and in the library catalog. Periodicals, when they come into the library, they are cataloged, but they are not indexed. So here I have a reproduction of the catalog entry for this social science journal. And here we have, a representation of 100 years of scholarship, local Caribbean knowledge production that is effectively illegible in the catalog. That is, we have our subject heading, Haiti periodicals, and actually the title itself is quite explanatory, but beyond that, we don't know what's inside. And this isn't an indictment of the library catalog. This is precisely how the catalog is supposed to work, but the problem is that we don't get to know what's inside because it's not indexed. And I think this is specifically important for the Caribbean and the Global South more broadly, because periodicals like this, this journal, this is where knowledge production is happening in the 20th century. It's the privileged medium for Caribbean academic research, for local knowledge production, and for scholarship. And with this content being virtually illegible to our searching, it's no wonder that people aren't using it or citing it. So with that in mind, we decided to try and come up with a project to solve that. So what we're trying to do is expand access to this journal and the impact of this scholarship, this 100 years of scholarship that the library holds. And in fact, the library is one of the few that has a nearly full run of this journal. And so we really wanted to highlight it and get people citing it, get people using it in academic research. So we finished phase 1 of our project, which is to create a database. So we, this team, we've basically indexed every issue of the journal, subject headings and so on and so forth, and so now we have our database. And the next step of the project is to develop a scholarly and collaborative space for people to access the content in searchable form and engage with the scholarship. And here I just wanted to sort of shout out and cite some people who are doing really best practices in Caribbean digital scholarship, and that is the folks at Small Axe Archipelagos. And I just want to read from their website. And if you haven't heard of them, check them out. They are great. How might we encourage collaboration with, increase accessibility for, and otherwise work to narrow the gap between Caribbeanist researchers, especially those in the North Atlantic Academy, and the communities we are committed to serving? And so as we move forward into phase 2, building this collaborative space, which will be a site with labs.loc.gov, we wanted to take this idea as sort of our driving focus or inspiration, which is going to take sort of the desire to reactivate this library holding, this rich holding in the library collection, and make it available to researchers, not just in this North Atlantic space, but also in the Caribbean as well. So we're envisioning annotations, translations, thematic groupings of content, creating a dynamic, vibrant space that will improve access and impact to this Caribbean periodical. Again, this is in the works. It's still in development now, and so I would love to hear from you if you have questions, ideas, advice, thoughts. This already conference today has been so illuminating for that reason for me. So please, I'll be here after the conference, but also for those of you virtually who are tuning in to the live stream, please tweet at me and be in touch. Thank you very much.
Go. Great, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kevin Schlotman. I am the Digital Archives Manager at the New York Philharmonic. And today I'm going to talk about, in my 5 minutes here, the New York Philharmonic Subscribers Project. It was a project that we did in conjunction with a group of sociologists, whose names and affiliations you see up here, with support from the Mellon Foundation. You can tweet us at NYPhilArchive, and today's hashtag is #AsData. Before I go into the project, I just very briefly want to talk about the mass digitization that we are doing. Since 2008, we've been supported by the Leon Levy Foundation to the tune of $5 million to digitize every last scrap of paper in our archives. Our archives go back to 1842 and document the oldest orchestra in North America and one of the 3 oldest in the world. We have extremely rich and deep archives in a variety of formats, including music. We not only have scores and parts that are interesting in their own right, but they are marked by the conductors who have led the New York Philharmonic and the musicians who have played in the New York Philharmonic for the last 175 years. So these provide a tremendous insight into the development of orchestral performance practice. We have a complete set of programs going back to 1842, from which we've also extracted data, which I'll talk about more in a moment. Photos, of course, 10,000 folders of business records or archives, ranging from minutes, posters, correspondence, down to ephemera, things like receipts and that sort of thing. As well as 70,000 pages of press clippings dating back to the very early 20th century. Essentially every mention of the New York Philharmonic in the American press, both national and local, as well as a lot of international press as well. So the Subscribers Project. We have information relating to our subscribers, so people who bought more than 1 ticket or people who bought tickets to a series, dating all the way back to 1842. And we know their names, we know their addresses, we know what seats they bought, we know for how long they were engaged with the orchestra. A couple of years after we launched the digital archives, the group of sociologists approached us and asked, can we do something with this subscriber data? We have some thoughts. And since it had been digitized, it was relatively easy. And I say relatively because underscoring a point that many people have made today, there's a lot of goes into extracting data from these things, but it was relatively easy to take the digitized 19th century books that you see here on the right and turn it into a nice adjacent data set. They originally were going to look at trying to correlate social status using address as a proxy with where people were actually sitting in the hall. They ended up going a slightly different direction, but that was their initial impetus. And then when they were done, they gave the data to us, and we have this nice little web widget where people can search a select portion of the data, and also the entire subscriber data set is available as a CSV download from our website. It's anonymized post-1951 to protect the more recent folks, but all the data is there for anybody who wants to use it. So what did the sociologists actually find? Well, when they got into the data, they dug in and they gave us a more nuanced understanding of the nature of 19th century social status. I think this is really interesting to me because they used the data to, we know the kind of the big picture of Gilded era social consolidation, but they used the data to find something that they called segregated inclusion, which I'm going to read it, I apologize, is a form of inclusion that preserved the purity and distinctiveness of the social elite by allowing the non-elite cultural experts access to the concert hall, but in a limited way that reified the high-class status of the orchestra and its subscribers. So that's a really nice, a nuanced twist on our understanding of how 19th century social conglomeration worked in New York. It's a wonderful paper. It's coming out next year in a leading sociology journal. And not only did they use our subscriber database, they also used our performance database. So we have data for every performance going back to 1842, where it happened, when it happened, what the repertoire was, who the conductor was, who the soloists were, whether it was an encore. And all of that data is available both on our website at the performance history, as well as a downloadable data set in XML and JSON on GitHub that I update on a monthly basis. So you can look up our entire performance repertoire pretty much up to date whenever you want. All of our archives are available for free at archives.nifil.org. Go check it out. And in my last 30 seconds, I'd just like to say thank you to the sociologists for approaching us and doing this work. Thanks to LC for hosting us all here today. Thanks to my colleagues in the archives, especially Barbara Hawes, who has been the archivist and historian at the Philharmonic for many years and is really the driver behind this digitization project. And to the Leon Levy Foundation, who have been kind enough to fund us for all of this digitization. Thank you.
Ascencio Mazuela, and I am glad to be here. Alan Lomax recorded hundreds of songs in Spain between June 1952 and January 1953. The material results of his journey include music on magnetic tape, but also photographs, notebooks, invoices, letters, and diaries preserved at the American Folklife Center of the Library of Congress. The aim of my research is to analyze the documents in order to establish connections between the songs recorded by Lomax in Spain and other collections of Spanish traditional music, such as that preserved at the Spanish National Research Council in Barcelona. Although it includes some music recordings, the Barcelona collection is primarily made up of more 20,000 folk songs copied on paper and collected throughout Spain between 1944 and 1960, most of them through the so-called folkloric missions and competitions commissioned by the former Spanish Institute of Musicology. Since the materials at the Library of Congress and those in Barcelona were collected around the same time, often in the same villages and even using the same performers, it is clear that the collections complement one another, but to what extent is as yet unknown. The Barcelona collection is being digitized and catalogued in an open access database, into which I have incorporated the details provided by the Lomax collection. Cataloging information on all the songs and people recorded by Lomax in Spain, including his photographs and links to audio files. I have also cataloged and transcribed documents such as notebooks, letters, and diaries, connecting them to the music, people, and locations to which they refer, and including links to the corresponding digitization on the Library of Congress website. This stage has prepared the collection for analysis and comparison, and it is possible to identify concordances between this collection at the Library of Congress and that in Barcelona as regards locations, informants, musical genres, and songs. The Barcelona collection includes, for instance, several songs performed by this woman from a small Castilian village in the form of transcriptions made by the Spanish ethnomusicologist Manuel García Matos in 1951. A year later, Lomax recorded 20 songs performed by the same woman in the same place, and some of them coincide with those transcribed by García Matos, as in this example.
Uno, y dos, y tres, y va.
Como quieres que tenga, quieres que traiga el pelo a la cintura si no me alcanza el pajarito y el pajarero. ¡Abaca! ¡Qué bien cantará en el mes de enero!
In a second stage, I am using the database as a research tool for interpreting data and preparing a monograph on the meaning of these concordances and on Lomax's contact network in Spain, in order to assess how this network determined his itinerary there and the music and people he chose to record. This digital tool also makes data accessible to other researchers. At the same time, through the database and the social networks to which it is connected, Lomax's contribution to Spanish traditional music can be better known and appreciated by a general audience. In order to provide a different approach both to the database and to the Lomax Spanish collection, I am creating a story map which presents Lomax's itinerary across Spain, connecting each town to an example of the music recorded there, to a related image belonging to the Lomax collection, and to a link to the complete information concerning that location on the database. The main purpose of this application is to make data more visual, not only to researchers, but also to a broader audience outside the academic context. Thus, as a researcher, I have benefited from making this collection available as data, as I am now able to analyze, compare, and interpret information in order to produce academic publications. At the same time, the accessibility of the collection in an audiovisual, easily searchable and interactive way through the database and the map application allows descendants of the performers, school teachers, and the community in general to use and enjoy this magnificent collection, increasing its sociological impact. Thank you.
Oh.
PC.
So, thank you. This is a picture of a bunch of numbers. I guess it's a joke. But imagine this is a file, right? And what I'm hoping to do in the next 5 minutes is convince you that this is a collection of data. And not only that, but that it's a useful collection of data. So, I work on a project called Documenting the Now, which is a Mellon-funded project to help build social media archiving tools and practices, and with a particular focus on Twitter, which is kind of a third rail type of topic here. But and so I thought I would, and actually my collaborator that I work with, Burgess Jules, spoke at this event last year, and maybe some of you remember his talk. He, this is one slide that he had that he showed, and Burgess, when he was here, was really trying to impress on everyone the importance of doing social media archiving in the context of large state and corporate actors that are also doing social media archiving for the purposes of surveillance and control, right? And so, you know, our project is interested in memory, right? So we're like remembering social media for the purposes of cultural memory. But at the same time, we have actors like Geophedia who are sort of building social media collections that they are then advertising to a police department in California that they can help the police department sort of manage the Ferguson situation, right? So, and so the challenge that we've been sort of working on is like, well, how do we do social media archiving while this is going on? How do we do it in an ethical way that sort of respects the voices and the content of the people that are creating the content, right? That's kind of the challenge that we've had. And so there's no silver bullet here. There's no technical solution that's really going to do this for us. But we found that one little silver lining that we found is actually in Twitter's terms of service itself. They actually don't allow people, so you have to agree to the terms of service to get data from Twitter. And one of the rules that they have is that you can't download data and then just sort of put it on the web, right? You can't download millions of tweets and then sort of put them in Internet Archive. Because I mean, for them, it's a sort of a business decision, right? They have reasons why they don't want that to happen. But one of the interesting things that they do let you do is take a file of tweet IDs. So each tweet has a numeric identifier that identifies it. And they do allow you to distribute those. And, you know, and that, what you can do with a tweet identifier then is then go back to Twitter's API and get the data for that tweet. And the interesting thing that happens there is that if the tweet has been deleted or if the user has decided to protect their account or delete their account, you can no longer get that tweet. So it kind of empowers the user. It gives them some lever of control over how their content is used elsewhere on the web. So which leads me to one, I should have said at the beginning, I'm going to talk about two applications if I don't run out of time. But this is the first application that I was going to mention. It's called the catalog. And really all the catalog is I mean, really it's just a web page that lists data sets of tweet IDs that different researchers have created for different purposes and sort of put them in one place so that other researchers can find them. And so they have a description of the data set, who created it, how many tweets are in it, what date range, that kind of stuff, why they created it. And then a link to go to a repository that's somewhere else on the web, right? So this is just a clearinghouse for the data sets that live elsewhere. And they can download it. And so once you download it, you end up with something like this, right? A file with a bunch of numbers in it. And so the other application I thought I'd mention really quick is the Hydrator application, which basically it's a desktop application that you download and run on your own workstation. It will read a data set of tweet IDs and do what they call hydrate them, so turn them back into the data that is useful for research. One of the other things it does is it will convert the Twitter JSON data to CSV once it's finished downloading. We heard a little bit about CSV earlier from Tahir. It's like a format that's used a lot in all kinds of analysis. So actually that's really the majority of what I wanted to talk about. So I see that my time is up. So these are a few URLs if you're curious. The top one has links to everything else, the two applications I talked about. So thanks for your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Farber. I'm the artistic director of Monument Lab, a public art and history project based in Philadelphia. Thank you to Library of Congress for hosting us all today. In my day job, I'm a historian and curator, and I represent and lead a collective of scholars, curators, artists, and students around this project since 2014. And we're interested in building temporary monuments in public spaces and data sets that endure in libraries and online as open data. We're gearing up for a big fall 2017 citywide exhibition in Philadelphia with the Mural Arts program. Our project centers around a question: what is an appropriate monument for the current city of Philadelphia? We have a city full of public art and statues, murals, but sometimes, thank you, we need assistance to fill in what is there. So this project is one where we use this question to invite people in. We ask artists to build temporary monuments, and we ask this to the public as a way to measure both the expected or the municipal, and also understand the possible, the dreamed, the speculative, the haunts of the city, to have a more complete vision of our historical landscape. We're working with 20 artists from around the world and around Philadelphia who are going to be building these monuments in public spaces. Some will use the kind of traditional formats, bronze, granite, but others are going to build their monuments with sound, light, performance, interactivity. Many of these artists take on issues of social justice, especially around race, gender, sexuality, class, national belonging, to make sure that our monumental landscape represents a city founded on freedom, justice, and toleration. Their works will be sited around the city of Philadelphia and our 5 central squares that go back to the 1680s, and 5 neighborhood parks. At each of these sites, there's at least one temporary monument and a learning lab where we use this research form. On this form, we ask the public to name their monuments, place it somewhere in the city, an address, an intersection, a neighborhood, though that often is broken. You'll see in a moment. We also ask them in a big open space to describe or sketch. In addition, if people want to leave their home zip code, their age, their social media handle, that they can add that on as well. This is not the first time that we've done this. Back in 2015, in the courtyard of City Hall, we had our discovery phase thanks to the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage. Here, our temporary monument by the late Terry Adkins was an empty classroom to comment on educational pride that we have in the city, and also the fact of budget cuts and school closures that marked our current civic landscape. In addition to this classroom, we had the different kind of classroom, the learning lab, where teams, mostly of youth researchers from college and high school, would gather public proposals. In the 3.5 weeks that we were in the City Hall courtyard, we had 455 people leave monument proposals. We had 4,000 people come to free programs every day, and over 30,000 people visit the monument. When you see these pieces, here, this comprises an imagination of the city. And on one hand, each piece matters, and the data set as a whole both stand out. For each piece, it can be seen in the lab itself, at a museum or gallery, and is deposited in a local library. Some snapshots here. Dancing with Love in Your Step, right in the heart of the city. Door to Door, an imaginative portal between neighborhoods. In the city of brotherly love, I don't love you, but I. Of course, there's poignant and important forms of truth-telling. Someone who's wary of the murder crisis in our city called attention to the shrines around the city at sites of violence. Others were more poetic, blurring the boundary between a vision of a statue or just an exchange between Philadelphians. And then, of course, the complex. Like Klaus Oldenburg said, proposing monuments is like composing with a city. In addition to the individuals, you can see the data set. You can see it on a map across the city. We've also transcribed and analyzed and done an initial level of classification that is on Open Data Philly, the portal for civic data in the city. So alongside crime statistics and traffic incidents, this data set that is powered by speculation, by cultural memory, is available. Ultimately, our goal is to change the way that we write the history of our city together. And we take up the call for cultural heritage organizations to find new ways to bring in voices, people, and data, not just to be powered by imagination, but also to co-author the next chapters of our city's history. Thank you.
Can we switch to the Mac? Thank you. Hi, my name is Jared Nielsen. I'm an artist and instructor at George Washington University, where I teach full-stack web development. I recently discovered the digital collections available to the public on LC's website, If you haven't discovered it yourself, I highly recommend browsing this. You'll lose hours of your day. It's a fantastic collection. There's one collection in particular that caught my eye. It was this Pictorial St. Louis. It's a series of plates that were published as an atlas in 1875 by the artist Camille Dry. This was created at this time as a active boosterism by the city when they were making a bid to become the nation's capital, because they thought their position on the Mississippi, being a massive trade economic route, was more suitable for our nation's future than this current swamp. So these plates are incredibly detailed and beautiful. And one of the things I thought was really interesting when I found these is that there was no technology used in their creation. There's no airplane, there's no hot air balloon. This was all Camille Dry and his team beating the pavement, making these records, and then transposing their 2D data into a 3D aerial perspective representation. So there's a little more of the detail here. So the atlas was published with a key that shows you which plates where they lined up with their geographic position in relation to St. Louis. Many of the plates here, I'm going to switch. We have a screen ratio error here. Let me just correct this. All right, that's better, right? Okay, so because these were all hand-drawn, some of the plates have these interesting features where a landmark is breaking the frame. And I wanted to keep this well, first let me just say, when I discovered this, I wanted to do something with this. If we step back to the key, I wanted to see all the plates stitched together as one large map. And this is one of the issues I encountered, though, is when stitching these together, there are a lot of these breaks with the frame. So I cleaned up all of these, but I left these landmark details and inserted some space into the map. And I had to convert it to grayscale because this became such a massive image file that the only way for me to pull this off was to strip out all the color data and go grayscale. So this is a small version of the final image, which, if anyone here works with digital images, you know that an image that's 64,000 by 20,000 pixels is a monster. So this was, its size is roughly like 900 megabytes. So that's huge. It was kind of like crippling my workstation. Like my GPU is really struggling to keep up with this. So I have a background in exhibit design in museums also. And in a couple exhibits I've worked on, we've used open frameworks and processing to handle interactive images. And I tried running this through those programs, and it was just killing them. And I wasn't sure what to do, so I asked myself, well, my goal is to keep this interactive in a way where the detail wouldn't be lost, but we could also still have this like pulled out global scope. So I thought, well, how does Google Maps work? So I Googled it. How does Google Maps work? And I found this great framework, Leaflet. It's an open source JavaScript library that has really great, robust tutorials, and it's very, very easy and simple to implement. And then through a little more Google Foo, I found these fantastic repos on GitHub that helped me piece together this non-geographic story map. So Leaflet is intended specifically for geographic maps, for geospatial data abstraction layers. And I was kind of perverting it by using these non-geographical, these raster images. So I found this one here, raster coords, that was key in being able to pull this off. This is maybe like the least dynamic slide that I have, but maybe the most important. This is a directory structure. This is my file tree. When through Leaflet, I needed to splice that big image up into smaller tiles. So here you can see how the tiles are nested. This is like the levels, and these are all the thumbnails, and each of these is 256 pixels. So we've all had this experience when we're on a slow data connection and we're using Google Maps and we see the little squares pop up and then they slowly come into focus. That's map tiling in action. You're seeing map tiling happening. And this is what map tiling looks like on a server. So I'm going to step through these zoom slides. And I want you to pay attention to this upper left-hand corner because this is 0, 0 in our coordinates. We're going to zoom in on 0, 0. So my map had 8 layers, and we just zoomed through 8 layers. And my time is up, so I have to move really quickly. JavaScript is awesome. This is one of the reasons why. You can really simply implement this map yourself. That's all it takes. I needed help, so I asked the librarian at the LC for some background information on Camille Dry and this map. If you haven't used the Ask a Librarian service, I highly recommend it. Within a week, I received several scanned PDFs that were highlighted, no less, of the pertinent information that I needed. I plugged it into a JSON file like this, and this is the final end result. If you want to see it in action, you can do so at this URL. If you want the repo to build this yourself locally, go here. And I wrote a tutorial on Medium that you can find here. All right, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bill Furster. I'm with the University of Virginia at the actually it's hard to say. It's the Sciences, Humanities, Arts, and Humanities Technology Initiative. It's kind of a little thing, but. So anyway, what I've come here today to show you is a tool called Visualize, and Visualize is a tool that was designed by us for use in kind of 2 different areas. One is for teaching classes interactively in a project-based setting, pretty much like what you saw the people doing the students earlier in. And also we use it for making scholarly arguments using historical data, using primary source historical data. So basically what it is we've connected a timeline, a story panel, and a Slippy map all together and put it in so that you can actually make things with it. And on top of that map, you can overlay things on top of it, and they're geo-referenced, things like that. So you can have dots or things on top of it. You can have interactive graphics. You can have KML files, which are basically vector overlays on top of it, or historic maps, and that becomes quite useful. So also we've got a variety of other kinds of tools that you can use to make your presentation. So you can, there's a drawing tool built in, so you can draw things on it. And then you can do kind of pan and zoom maps and choropleths, which are a way of showing data relationships on top of maps. This tool basically is all web-based, and it's very easy to use. And the idea is instead of things like ArcGIS, which are very robust tools for doing geographic information system type work, these are easily used by humanities scholars or by students. And the key to our way that we've set it up is we've tried to use a very distributed process. So I came from at UVA, we had a place called the Virginia Center for Digital History that Ed Ayers had started. And we used to use all databases back then, and these very complex MySQL databases. And what really came down is humanities scholars typically have a big table for the most part, and it's X number of fields about the thing, and then a whole bunch of events. And so what we did is said, well, we don't need all that complicated database. Let's try and use a spreadsheet. And the advantage of using a spreadsheet is that Google has built in all this incredible sharing techniques within the spreadsheet. And and the spreadsheet is connected live to the visualization. they told me actually I couldn't use the internet, so I would have actually shown it live here. But the idea is that you change one thing on the spreadsheet and it changes on the visualization, and it's also stored there, so people have more autonomy with their data. And for classroom use, it works out quite well. Anyway, so it was funded by the NEH, which funded us in a variety of different projects for the Digital Humanities Project. It's free to use and HTML based and open source.